Athens really out here slapping me before I even get here. Hi, hello everybody. Just grab my glasses. Can you see without my glasses? You guys ready? Hello. I still can't really see. I need to get new glasses, and I haven't. And one day I will, probably. I haven't been able to find... My style of glasses that I wear are no longer in style. So it is nigh impossible to find glasses that aren't this fucking big. And I'm not a fan of it. This is a real struggle for being a small person, man. Ugh. Let alone cutting carrots on the countertop for being too small. What's going on? Okay, so I wanted to point this out real quick because, like, we're gonna talk about Elon Musk and Donald Trump today, and we're gonna check out their little grab ass video, audio, whatever, the thing they did on X, formerly known as Twitter, and it's hit with a DDoS attack. Sure, Jan. Everyone believes that, right? Anyway, but I wanted to point out, so I saw people in the chat talking about it. I have also heard that, so the boxer is suing, and Elon Musk has been named, and J.K. Rowling has been named, and I've also heard a rumor going around that Logan Paul might also have been named. So there's that. There's also the EU hitting Elon Musk with a misinformation thing. On Twitter, presently known as X. You know what? I like that better. I do like that better. We were also, for anybody interested, we were hanging out in the Discord yesterday, having a guffaw at a couple of losers. So that happens every so often, so if you're interested in joining us for that, we might be doing that again a little bit tonight, so feel free to join us if you want. There's a paid portion of the Discord if you're a member, but if you're not, you also can still be in there. Hey, Buck. He got a bone. He got a bone to pick. You gonna crunch? Okay, well, I gotta close the door. So, 1 second. I had it sitting up here for like 40 minutes to an hour, and he wasn't interested until I started streaming. If you guys can see, you can't get into the Discord. What do you mean you can't get in? Do you need a link? Like, what do you mean you can't get in? What does that mean? There's Doggo. Oh, I realized I didn't turn my lights on. No wonder it's a little dark. Hold on. Clearly, I did not prepare. Well, actually, that's kind of good enough on its own, We'll turn the other one on. Ugh. Clearly, I didn't prepare very well today. I'm all over the place. What's going on? I don't know. There we go. My battle station has come together pretty well. I've got a couple more things to do, and then we'll be able to get back to art more often, which is good. Oh, hey, look. Wow, it's so bright. Wow, look at that. Hello, you can see me now. Oh. Alright. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for this? So, oh, right. So I pulled this up beforehand because I thought it was really funny. Because this one's Trump related. So Celine Dion, official, put out a statement. Today, Celine Dion's management team and her record label, Sony Music Entertainment Canada Incorporated, became aware of the unauthorized usage of the video recording musical performance and likeness of Celine Dion singing My Heart Will Go On at a Donald Trump / DJ Vance campaign rally in Montana. In no way is this use authorized, and Celine Dion does not endorse this or any similar use. And really? That song? And then she made a comment that said, who's dumb enough to use a song from a movie about a sinking ship and an electoral campaign event? Canadians are known for their sense of humor and peak. So, needless to say, we're essentially in a situation where it's. Oh, did my. Hold on. I think I broke chat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti. Oh, my SpaghettiOs. Hold on. I'm gonna... I messed things up right away. I am a fool. I think I mashed the F12 button. That's my bad. Hold on. I'll fix it. I'm sorry. You broke it? Oh, okay. Well, you know, as you do. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I hit F12 and it opened Wikipedia. I didn't know that was a thing that could happen. So, hold on, let me get chat back on screen, because I seem to have futzed that up. Oh, good lord. I cricked my neck today, and I think everything I'm doing is just slightly on an angle, so I'm just messing everything up. Shut up, me! Now I gotta wait for chat to load. Ugh. This is the worst. Alt F4. Oh no, my neck hurts, man. I slept on it funky and my whole, like, just all the way down. I was stretching it this morning and I feel like that just made it worse. I could be wrong, but, you know, what are you grumping about? What? What, now you're mad that you're in here? Oh my goodness. Do you want to see? Ah. Hello, Puck. Boop. He's like, no, let me the fuck Okay. Oh, let's not knock over the light. Alright, well, you know, I'm having a day, alright? Apparently I suck today. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. You can't make me. I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, you can whine at me. I'll let you out in a second. I have to finish fixing this. It's a pain in the butt, so it's just gonna take a second. Yeah, you're just gonna have to deal with that. Don't sass me. I understand. You have to wait. Goodness. There we go. Chat's back. It's a little bit off center. We're getting there. Oh my god, you absolute baby. You're fine. Unrealistic. Unreasonable. Are you hearing this? Good lord. There you guys are. Hi, chat. There you go. You can go to about there, right? But, right? Now he's nudging the desk like this is gonna do anything. Like, get. And then he's gonna cry that he wants back in. What are you, a cat? Yeah, okay, I'm on it, alright? Yeah, okay. Shoot. Unreasonable. Ugh, good grief. JD Vance as DJ Vance. Oh no, did I misread that too? Oh, it's okay. Listen, I'm just gonna turn on. Listen, I made this. This is what you get. All right. This is what you get. I have. Okay? So No, yeah, I know. I fed him. He's eaten. We were sitting outside for the like. I've been up since like 8 something in the morning, sitting outside with the dog all morning, trying to stretch my neck out and failing miserably. I'm having a bad day. Okay. I'm having a bad day, and I'm not sorry. It is what it is. Good lord. All right. Yeah. Feel bad for me. Okay. Just listen. Pity me. I guess because that's what this is right now. All right. Are you guys ready? Random guy says I didn't get past the first 20 minutes of ball washing. Think you'll make it the full runtime? I'm going to try. So this says it's 6 hours long. The one that I have. I've tried turning it off and turning back on again. Can I turn my neck off and turn it back on again? Go back to bed? Is that how that works? Oh, he's being a baby. Okay, don't pity him, pity me. All right. I'm hitting play on this. I don't have any closed captions, I'm sorry. So, one of the things that you might notice is that this audio goes for almost 2 hours. I'm gonna click forward on this. So, still going. I just clicked it forward to 1 hour and 10 seconds.
Well, I mean, maybe
1 hour 43 dead air. This is it. High value production, very. Two of the richest men in the world, both under so many fucking lawsuits. It's not even funny. Dead air. There's nothing. 1 hour 44 minutes. Oh, thanks, Mark. Isn't Elon Musk supposed to be a tech genius? I feel like I remember Forbes telling me something like that. Where Elon claimed it was a massive DDoS attack, and that was a funny way of saying firing everyone competent at your company. The DDoS attack came from inside Elon Musk's brain. So there's no way it was it was a DDoS attack onto like such a particular thing, because like Twitter still was functioning. It was only this what like Spaces was still functioning. It was just this one audio only interaction that was not functioning. And as you heard, it was playing music for over an hour. So it was still functioning and playing. But nope, here we are. Yes, Blue, I mentioned that at the beginning. Yes. I want to get, see if I can find, a compilation of all of the lawsuits that Elon Musk is in right now. And, all of the current legal, the litigation. I'm wondering if his daughter is going to go after him in that publisher. Neuralink DDoS attack, right? Yeah, that's not how DDoS attacks work. A DDoS attack will shut down a whole fucking server, not just one Twitter space. Yeah, possibly Logan Paul is listed, and then Logan Paul is also trying to.
With the late start, we unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and
you did not.
Saturated all of our data lines. Basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated.
Which would be very funny if we anywhere else on Twitter saw that hundreds of gigabits not working. Yeah, no. It you just suck. You just don't know how to run your thing. Ugh. Weird creeper compared to Kamala to Melania. Weird. Weird. Hi. A DDoS attack at this time of the year, concentrated entirely within this one zitter space. Yes. Yeah, very. How convenient. They're just incompetent. Yeah, he's just incompetent. That's all this is. It's just incompetency. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't do. He's not a production guy. He's not a tech guy. Like, and yeah, no, Elon Musk is not a tech guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about the majority of the time. So, don't worry about it. But Logan Paul, sorry, just to jump back to that real quick. Logan Paul is suing CoffeeZilla for reporting on him. And so the lawsuit is a defamation lawsuit. Logan is also going after some of the people that he scammed with crypto, with the crypto zoo. And then some of the people who are the victims of the scam are also suing Logan. So that's 3 that Logan's already in. Would be a 4th one that Logan is in. Logan is also named in some of the Mr. Beast issues that are going on right now. And then now he's also got this other one that he may or may not be named in. So, yeah. Good times had by all. So, go on. Let's hear what they have to say. Take your bets now. So he didn't actually start this until an hour 40 plus. 146. So again, this is supposedly 6 hours long. We got 4 hours left.
We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say.
The dude doesn't shut up, and the media covers the things Donald Trump says like 24/7, even while he's not president. Like, you don't hear coverage like that for Obama. You don't hear coverage like that for the Bushes, even the Clintons. Nobody's like following Hillary Clinton around to be like, oh, what's she saying? No. No president in recent history has had the kind of constant coverage of the things he's saying and doing like Donald Trump has. So shut the fuck. How about Elon? Run the numbers. You're good at that, right? Allegedly. Run the numbers, and you tell me how many hours are spent daily talking about Donald Trump, even while it wasn't election season. So like, even while Biden was president for 4 years, how much coverage did Donald Trump get? And then compare that. Talk about, like, you want to verify that fucking bullshit claim? Because bullshit. Constantly, you know what? People wish they didn't have to listen to Donald Trump as much as they do. He's being canceled. Anonymous DDoS attacked us. But only our space and nowhere else. Fucking liar.
And but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way.
We've heard Donald Trump talk in a normal way. It involved tu quo que and locker room talk. There was a time before Donald Trump was president, right? And he was on camera and being filmed. Like, we know what Donald Trump is like. It's not hard to get a vibe check on Donald Trump. It might be hard for Elon to get a vibe check, because I like how we're just having, like, oh, we want to have a normal conversation, and these two are the conversation. Could you find more two out of touch people than these two? Like, come on, this isn't good. This is gonna be ridiculous. I'm already ready. This is gonna be ridiculous. I should have bought popcorn.
And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. Um, so and this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind. Uh,
So that means you're going to be having Kamala on Elon to have a conversation. You want people to have an open mind and have a conversation, so you've already set that one up then, right? This reminds me of when Nick Suter wanted to interview Kyle Curtis. This is the same thing. This isn't going to be an interview or a conversation. He's not going to ask him a single difficult question. This is going to be a soft, succulent ball licking. That's what this is going to be.
and so you can understand like what is what is it just like to have a conversation. So um honored to Donald, great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And
Yeah.
so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Well,
I don't think they broke any records, by the way. I don't know what book former President Trump, felon, is referring to, but, no. How about he's broken the record in the book for the most unbelievable cited DDoS attack. It's about as believable as that SWAT that happened. Like, as a fan of Bevis and Butthead, I'm offended by this graphic. You know what? I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't have done that. My pendants for 6xx said, Hail Nero, Hail Chesh, and Hail dunking on billionaire weirdos, taking bets on whether T-Dog will give E-Dog as much shit as he gave the NABJ. Yeah, it's a blank book. Yeah. That's this is already terrible. Is it just me, or are you hearing Donald Trump, like, slurring over his words? I've heard people speculate that he didn't have his teeth in.
maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring.
What? Did he... I'm sorry, did he just say that... What word did he just use to describe an assassination attempt? Oh, did I break it? Uh-oh. It's playing, but there's no audio. What happened? Oh, it's there, but it's really quiet. Wait, what happened? Oh no! Let me put it back further. Okay, that was weird.
Missed your head. Well, and this is really... What is what is it just like to have a conversation? So
Weird.
Honored to Donald.
Sorry.
Great to
Sorry, I must have clicked it back too far.
a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And
Yeah.
so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight.
The people that they want to silence, though, nobody's silencing anybody in this scenario. And also, Donald Trump is not constructive, he's destructive. I think that's pretty clear. The current Republican Party is not constructive, it's not even conservative, it's regressive, which is deconstructing by nature. It's deconstructing and destroying things that were established even by the prior Republican parties. So, also don't mind my gross. I got a cut on the corner of my mouth the other day, and it hurts. My whole everything hurts. What happened? I'm falling apart.
That's great.
Well, thank you. Well, I mean, maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing, and I have to say,
The word he used to describe an assassination attempt to the target of said assassination attempt is incredible. That's not normal. That's not a normal word you could. Listen, I'm bad at dealing with, like, grief or, like, people telling me that something in their life has happened, like, to a family member or something like that. I'm really bad at expressing and, like, knowing what to say about stuff like that. I'm terrible at it. In fact, don't try. But even I'm not that bad to look somebody in the face. And, well, I mean, I guess they weren't in the same room, and, you know, there was tech issues, and this is audio only. There wasn't even any video to this. This isn't even, like, this first failed Twitter space by Elon, by the way, because he tried to help Ron DeSantis announce his running, and that went to shit, and, like, yeah, that's like calling somebody's kidney stone incredible, right? That's not a word. That's not a normal word to use. And they're here to have a normal conversation. And a normal conversation starts off with calling the person you're talking to's assassination attempt incredible. Like, what? That's so weird.
that your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring.
What actions? That he made up a new accessory? That he got that crazy, like, pose? Like, what? That he clearly didn't think, like, that's not... Okay. Alright. Sure.
You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's...
After he fell to the ground and got jumped on. He didn't do that right away. He didn't get shot at and go, "At me, bro," like you're pretending he did. He got down on the ground, which is likely where he got the injury from, was surrounded by Secret Service, and then got up and pumped his fist in the air. This is like a whole ass this is like just historic revisionism. Like, that's just not what happened. It's like a fan fiction. It's so bizarre.
I mean, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire, and so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here is.
Is there a reason why Elon stutters so much? I feel like when I've seen him in the past, he didn't stutter. He didn't seem like he was stuttering nearly as much. Has something happened, or does anybody know if there's, like, some kind of something that has happened between point A and point B, or am I misremembering? Because he's stuttering, like, a lot. Is he usually stutter that much? Also, yes, this guy is not the president. Correct, Rose. Yes.
That was just incredibly inspiring. But I mean, what was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest. I said there was blood. I had more blood. I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very, I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody you have instances like this, or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation, and I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear,
Yeah.
and because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people.
So there's a lot of speculation. People don't think he got a hit in the ear. They think his ear got hurt or damaged due to the glass, not due to actually being shot, and that he wasn't actually shot. He was certainly shot at, and it was certainly an assassination attempt, but he was not hit by a bullet. But I don't know. That's just the speculation going around. Lots of blood, big poos, massive poos. Hi, Landon. My pendant for 2 said it's all about the poser. You're not wrong.
Shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down, so I'm glad I went down.
So, unlike what Elon described, that he got shot at and then instead of going and shying away, he went forward, and now Trump is saying what Elon said was wrong and saying that he got down, there were bullets, and he moved really quickly to get down. So, I guess Trump is just saying that Elon Musk is full of shit. Weird.
The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was for those people that don't believe in God. I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have.
Neither of these people believe in God. Donald Trump is not a Christian, and neither is Elon Musk. Oh. That's funny. And people buy this.
I'm a believer now. I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle.
Did he just claim that a lot of great people just converted to believing in God because of this event and since this event? That's funny. They seem to both be religious posers. Yeah. Donald Trump definitely believes in God. He just thinks that God is Donald Trump. Okay, fair enough. So God saved you and murdered a guy in front of you instead? Yeah, I guess. That's the law of equivalent exchange. I don't know.
And all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more
maybe
now.
It's a sign. Maybe that's a sign,
It's an immigration sign.
What did the guy who shot at Donald Trump wasn't an immigrant? What are you talking about? Immigration had nothing to do with it. The guy was an avid Trump supporter. Huh? Trump has basically declared himself the new Messiah. Yes. Yeah, insert false prophet biblical citation here.
You highlighted a serious issue, and at that moment, the bullet missed your, hit your ear, but missed your head. I mean,
the amazing thing is that
confirmed according to Elon Musk's understanding of anatomy, the ear is not part of the head.
I said, bring down that sign on immigration, and it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to
Yeah.
be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was
Yeah.
exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey,
Yeah.
who a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, "I'd like to give the family some kind of help." And I said, "That's great." He said, "Do you mind?" I said, "I don't mind at all." And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife, and you know, she.
Can I get a fact check on that? Did somebody go to Donald Trump and ask for permission to give $1 million to this widow? Cause I'm a press X to doubt. Anybody got a citation for that one? I need to add the citation needed to this. Hold on, let me go get that. This is gonna be. I feel like that's gonna be necessary. I feel like that's gonna be something I absolutely 100% am gonna be needing here. There we go. Can we get a quick citation needed, please? I feel like that's something that's gonna be a problem coming in here. Boy. Oh boy.
He said, "This is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back." To be honest, she's great. The family is great, and we raised a lot of
Yeah.
money for them and for two other gentlemen are.
So she got handed $1 million and she was being kind of a dick about it? That's so weird. What a weird thing I don't believe that. I do not believe the slander that Donald Trump just put on that woman's name. I don't believe that. No. 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 Citation needed. You prove it. I don't believe that woman did that. Not without some kind of citation to it.
Unbelievable people also. They were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them, equally. And we thought,
Yeah.
my first question was because I heard bullets flying over me, and I said, "How many people were killed?" Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous
Yeah.
thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, "How many people have been killed?" Because I knew there were other shots being fired,
Sure.
and they said, "We don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt." And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper,
Yeah.
because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem, and he was
Yeah.
able to pick it all out within 5 seconds, and he used one bullet from very far away, I guess.
Citation needed. From my understanding, there was an inquiry into this, and the inquiry led to the woman who was in charge of the security for the event, the Secret Service in charge of the security for the event, stepped down from her position, and she was questioned by Cortez, who said, you know that the most popular weapon for this type of thing has a range of this far, and you only had security this far. There was also an inquiry that Secret Service had, like the police and the security of the area, this guy had been reported to them, and they did nothing. They're lucky that this wasn't a mass shooting and was only an assassination attempt. Now, don't get me wrong, assassination attempt is still kind of a big deal, although it's kind of interesting and bizarre that this is like, everybody stopped talking about this. This happened like last week, 10 days ago or something like that. Right? And like everybody's already moved on because Vance fucked a couch. Like, because there's so much shit going on that like even this attempted shooting of former President Donald Trump, current felon Donald Trump, everybody's just like, well, you know, whatever. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the
Yeah.
he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium, and he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very.
Oh, sorry, has it been a month? I forgot I was on vacation for a week. This happened before I left, right? Hold on, let me look. Let me look at the actual length of time it's been. When did Donald Trump get shot at? When was that? Oh, July 16th. Wow, almost literally a month. Damn. That was July 16th. I'm sorry, I'll correct myself. That was my bad. Thanks, Blue. I forgot I was. God, I have lost track of time. Time is meaningless to me now. Don't trust me if I cite a time frame, apparently. Oh my god.
Far away, and if he didn't do
Yeah.
that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot of people, a lot more people could have been
Sure.
badly hurt and killed. So
Yeah.
I have to
Absolutely.
take my hat off.
Yes, if the shooter's intention was a mass shooting, a lot of people could have been hurt and killed, which is maybe why there should be gun laws that are actually followed through on and restrictions that should actually be followed through on. And like maybe when people report that there's a suspicious person wandering around with a gun, they should be, investigated. IIRC, the Secret Service sniper, double tapped the gunman, so he did hit him more than once. Unlike what ex-president, and current felon Trump just said.
To him because that's also a surreal. He's been with them for 23 years, and
Yeah.
he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden, he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to
Sure.
act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away.
Smoke and flame. Slicks also just pointed out smoke and flame from the gun. What was it? A musket? Modern guns don't smoke. Smoke and flame. That's what the sniper saw. What a weird thing to lie about. What, like, just an unnecessary. What the fuck?
Obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you
Yeah.
have to have in that particular work. But he took
Absolutely.
aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range,
Yeah.
one bullet. If that didn't happen,
Yeah.
because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up
Sure.
there with him, so could
Well,
have been very.
I mean, that's clearly, he was very competent in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be, I mean, some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen?
Well, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people,
Yeah.
because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were.
Hold on. Citation needed. How many people were actually at this rally? Cause let's see. Let's look. Let's look. How many people were at the rally Trump got shot at? Let's see. Trump got shot at a rally in a failed assassination attempt. Here's what we know so far. Blah, 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 blah. Snipers killed a shooter, around a 20-year-old man after he fired 8 rounds at the rally in Pennsylvania. Former president could be seen touching his ear as the shooting unfolded before he was shielded by Secret Service and whisked off stage with blood on his face and into an SUV to safety. Oh, you mean shying away? That thing that Elon Musk said he didn't do? Yeah, okay. Trump said on a social media post that a bullet pierced the upper part of his right ear. Blah, 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 blah. The gunman was fatally shot by Secret Service members. Secret Service later said that Trump was safe and that he went to a local hospital and left a few hours later. FBI officials said the shooter appeared to be a lone actor and the incident was being investigated as an assassination attempt and as a potential case of domestic terrorism. How many people were at this? How many people were at the rally? Da, 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 da. Spectator who was killed has been identified as Corey, a 50-year-old man who was shot while attempting to shield his family from the gunfire. He was the very best of us. He died a hero. Corey dove on his family to protect them last night. He was a firefighter, went to church every Sunday, and loved his community. Having served as fire chief, commitment to his wife and his 2 daughters. Da 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 da. 2 spectators were wounded, have been identified as a 57-year-old and a 74-year-old. Both were listed in critical but stable condition on Sunday. This doesn't say how many people were at the rally. On camera, about 100. I just want to know how many people were at this in attendance. Oh, get out of here. Is Fox News gonna tell me? Registered Republican, blah blah blah. Man, nobody's got the number. Trump says $6.3 million raised for victims of rally shooting. Accepting the Republican nomination for president, Trump, after having recounted his version of events to the shooting that broke out at his rally on Saturday, he said $6.3 million has been raised for the victims of the shooting. Donations to a GoFundMe campaign organized by Trump's team total of $5.3 million as of tonight. As Trump announced during his remarks, a friend of his donated $1 million to the cause. He put out a paper check on stage. Okay, that must be like the one I asked for a citation earlier. That's what he was talking about. Oh my god, how many people were at the rally? Why is this so hard? This should be easy to find information. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. Nowhere has the number listed. 12K people were expected to attend. That's definitely not tens of thousands, but god damn it, that should be easy to find. All right, go.
People
go.
that
I don't
were
care
seeing
anymore.
him.
I give up.
And there was one woman with a red shirt and
Right.
Trump all over
I
it,
saw
and
the video.
she's screaming. And that guy's got a gun. You know, you saw it probably. There's a
No, I
guy
saw the
up there
videos.
with a gun.
I mean, it's like I guess
From 130 away? Okay, sure. I okay.
I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering how the heck are, you know, basically people wandering by pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun,
Yeah.
and they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem
Yeah,
crazy.
well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and
Yeah,
he saw the man with the gun.
How does Trump know that?
The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun and he fell down. Actually, very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly,
okay.
but he fell down, and he did. From what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun, and the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah,
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf,
yeah,
sinking a 2-foot putt.
yeah. It's not a tough
No,
shot.
it's not a
Um,
long shot. The Secret Service person
They're gonna learn from this. It wasn't a hard shot. To shoot better next time? Is that what they're saying? It's like putting. What? What is this converse? Very normal. This is a very normal conversation.
had the long shot. He had a triple the
yeah,
distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. Look, uh, it's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on I think they're screaming, but other people also because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd
yeah,
control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of
yeah.
people get killed with those stampedes. We had
Sure.
more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down, and it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you
What? They. No, people do not always stampede, and also, no, not everybody is capable of stampeding depending on the scenario, right? This is just nonsense. This is. This is just fan fiction. That there's also like depending on who you are and the context of your upbringing about how often you hear gunshots and how often they're aimed at you expect that they're aimed at you, right? That factors into it. Freezing is also a thing that happens. People don't move at all. So this is just that they wanted to be with me. Is that really a normal thing to consider that, like, oh, a gun fired, people saw me go down, so they all were staying there to be with me at the risk of being shot at and killed? When I say not everybody is capable, I mean that it depends on like this situation. So if you're grouped in together in a space, those areas aren't always open for exiting very easily. So you're like stuck where you are. That's what I mean. Also, yeah, you could be somebody who is disabled physically might not be able to stampede, but that wasn't what I was referring to. I was more referring to sometimes when you're boxed in, you can't just start stampeding, right? It's normal for a narcissist to say that. You said it, Landon, not me. Oh, bro, what a bizarre, anybody in the chat, is there anybody in the chat who thinks that that would be their thought process? Right? Is there anybody in the chat who thinks that, like, a group of people didn't run away right away, therefore they wanted to be with me, even if they thought I was no longer of this world? What? I mean, I guess if anybody on the planet gets to pretend, particularly like in America, gets to pretend they're the main character, it's Donald Trump, right? Cause like the media heftily feeds into that delusion that like that he's way more important, has way more power than he actually does or even did. Right? So like if you're feeding an ego like that, right? You know what I mean? It's like, so if anybody should be allowed to have or should be expected that they have main character syndrome, I feel like Trump gets a pass.
Thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see. And
there is no reference to tens of thousands of people being there. It does not appear that there was tens of thousands. Maybe 10,000 at the max. But it also seems unlikely that it broke 10,000.
And a lot of press too. There was, many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it. So, sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede.
Sure.
Nobody. And there were some people behind me, they stood up and they're looking like, I mean, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people.
But like the guy that you praised earlier, the firefighter, did like jump to cover his family. Right? So doesn't that kind of go against what you're suggesting? The local Republican representative said 20,000. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? 2024?
Because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down, but the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing. And these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate, would jump. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now there was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody that building should have been covered, and
I mean,
that was the big thing.
I mean, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the number one spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like if you were to pick like what is the favorite, if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building, the
You're
roof of
right.
that building would be number one.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better location. It's like number one.
That would have been the spot. You know what people think
Yeah.
is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer. And then when he got his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head. And when he fell down, again, hurt his ankle very badly, but he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So,
again, I would like to reiterate, apparently there have been reports that this individual who shot at Trump was seen and reported to the local, like the security in the area, well before he ever got onto a building. Hi, Reth. Thanks for stopping in. I'm going to take a quick break. We have been going for nearly an hour already, so I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. Unbelievable. Yo, I wish Puck could put the kettle on for me. That'd be great. That would have been a good trick. No, I went and got snacks. I got some water. So, Hawkskull is saying he was able to pull up some information as well as Feline here. Feline says Trump draws thousands to Butler County ahead of the rally. What's the total number on this? I mean, draws thousands isn't exactly like... and then Hawkskull was saying that he found PolitiFact giving between 10 and 15,000, and Trump had originally claimed 57,000. Yeah, that looks like about what we were able to... Thousands, not tens of thousands. Yeah, that's about right. We can find no official tally, but estimates from police, local news outlets, and bus operators put the number of attendees between 10 and 15,000. Okay, so yeah, that's about what we were able to find. And sorry, what was that? Slick sent me something on Twitter. Is this gonna be depressing? What did you send me? Oh, this is a... Okay, I'll put it up. I'll put it up. Good lord. Can I open this over here? Is it gonna let me? No, it is not. Boo. Let me just do this then. Did that just save as a freaking Krita file? Why would it do that? Oh, good lord. What the fuck? No! No, it just says it's a JPEG. God, why is this so weird? Oh, God. Like I said, I'm having a day. So here, if we're talking about rally numbers, here is... Let me minimize that again. Let's see if it opens here. Will it work? It's not gonna work. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. It's okay. There's more than one way to skin a cat here, guys. I know how to do everything like 7 different ways to make sure like it works. So this is the seating. Get out of here. Nope. There we go. This is what the seating looked like. So you guys have an idea of when we're talking numbers, that's the amount of seating we're talking. You can see the podium, right? You can see the podium in the middle there with the red carpet and the red whatever the fuck, and then the bleachers in the back, like he said. And see what I mean when I say it might be difficult to, like, quote unquote start stampeding, and let alone start stampeding very quickly. So he's giving out information that doesn't really track. So if you say, oh, well, there was gunshots and then people started stampeding, but he's also saying there was gunshots and it stopped and was under control incredibly fast, which would prevent people from stampeding if they believe it's dealt with, right? So it doesn't really make any sense. He's saying tens of thousands of people, and, like, none of this, like, looks like it matches, basically. Basically, I'm saying Trump's a felon and a fucking liar. I think that's what I'm getting at. I did try to turn the number of ads down because somebody was saying that they got a bunch, so I did try to see if that'll work. I tried to futz with the settings. I don't know if it worked, but let me know. Okay. So, where were we? Yeah, let's keep going.
What they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with a gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast, and maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, you know,
what people think. If he was rushing and that's why he missed, does that not kind of go against what Trump said earlier, saying if it was like 0.008th of a second off, he would have been hit? Like, that he got lucky, and now he's saying, like, oh, well, he got spooked and was rushing and that's why? Like, Like, this story is evolving as we're listening to them say this.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
he
as you
got
said,
me, but
he
it
would have
could have
hit.
been,
I mean,
could have been a much
yeah,
bigger problem.
but he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, like, there was it was a very near
It
thing.
was a
So,
miracle. If I hadn't
um,
turned my head,
yeah,
I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly.
I would not.
Yeah,
I would
well,
not be talking to you.
maybe talking to me from another realm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right. We'd be talking from a
so
different place. But it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that there was somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been pretty
yeah,
well.
yeah,
And
yeah,
if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, "Sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something," right? And
yeah,
that happens
yeah,
often. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it
yeah.
didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it was you're. I think you're.
What? Did anybody understand any of what he was just trying to say? Because I don't think I grasped any of that.
Actions in the heat of fire, and like what I find admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there.
Define it. Define courage. Because what Elon described Trump did, Trump described as exactly not what he did, and what we read from the articles was that Trump immediately got down and went to the hospital. He's not fucking Teddy Roosevelt. If I'm remembering correctly, it was Teddy Roosevelt who got shot and then just continued his speech, right? Was it also Teddy Roosevelt who got shot at? They missed and he said, oh no, that was the balloon. The balloon popped. That was Reagan, right? Somebody had attempted to assassinate Reagan. He went up and did another speech later. A balloon popped. People thought it was a gun. And he responded with, "You missed," and then kept speaking. Trump didn't continue his speech. Trump got down and left. So you're sitting here praising him for things that even other Republicans have done more accurately. I.e., for example, Reagan. Right? Although I'm not going to lie, I don't remember what political party Teddy Roosevelt was part of. I don't even know if the political parties would be even constituted to be the same thing now as they were when Teddy Roosevelt was president. So. Honey, I forgot to duck. Yeah. It takes a lot of bravery to hold up your fist as 12 bodyguards carry you away. I don't want to be too pedantic about what counts as courage and what doesn't count as courage. I'm just more trying to get to the point that Elon Musk is just misrepresenting what has happened in its entirety.
And
Well,
yeah, so
thank you very
yeah,
much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know, I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher. And I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was.
Based on Trump's description earlier about how quickly the shooter was taken down, the amount of time from when the bullet fired to what he says happened, and he was pulled down by security, he wasn't getting up until after security had already gotten the report that the shooter had been taken down. According to Trump, if Trump's time frame is accurate. Because he said that, the sniper saw the flash and the smoke from the gun and then turned and then one-shot him in 0.08 or so of a second. And that amount of time for him to go, get down, them all to get on, the sniper would have been like, yo, I got him, he's down, and then they could have got him back up. So, according to Trump's own story, he didn't get up and wasn't up with his fist in the air until they already knew that the sniper, or the assassin was out of the picture. If we believe Trump's story. The Bull Moose Party? Oh, he's a third party? Oh, that's... Yeah, I didn't know that. Thank you for the information.
Hit someplace else because it was such a lot of blood. And they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, sir, you were hit in more than the ear. I said, nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up. And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I got up because they didn't know, was I alive? You really couldn't tell. When I stood up before the the fist in the air, they didn't know if I was alive.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
Nobody did. And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place went crazy. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It was a terrible thing, but it was
incredibly.
People were only reacting to Donald Trump, everyone. Nobody was reacting to the other people that got shot and killed. Nobody was reacting to the firefighter. Nobody was reacting to the other two people that Trump said were in critical condition, right? They were all just, like, so zoned in. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Moving, yeah. Well, and I mean, speaking of...
There is only Trump and not Trump, and there is only Trump.
The sort of slide that got you to turn that saved your life, really, was the illegal immigration slide. Maybe this, maybe this is worth talking about that.
It was
that slide saved
you're
your
right.
life.
No, the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but it had to be at that exact angle.
I mean, that's a great one. saved by illegal immigration.
You know, the incredible thing though, when you talk.
What? Or what? He thinks that the shooter had a political motivation related to speaking about immigration. They're trying so hard to tie this into illegal immigration, or tie this into immigration, or tie this into minorities or people that aren't American. This is ridiculous. This is propaganda at that point. It was a Republican dude and a white guy. It had nothing to do, there was no evidence whatsoever that the shooter gave a single fuck about immigration besides the fact that he was a Republican who supported Donald Trump. They're trying so hard to blame this on immigrants. And I have a question. Why does Elon Musk want to blame this on immigration so hard? Like, I understand why Trump would want to. Why does Elon Musk? Why is Elon Musk so interested? Mr. From Apartheid. Why would Elon Musk want to blame immigration? Huh? Immigration was the next slide on the teleprompter. It's the biggest cheer.
Talk about the odds. You had to be exactly at that angle, but the incredible
Yeah,
thing is that the chart I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment.
yeah,
It's always on my left, never my right, and it's always at the end of the speech. So here
yeah,
we have it. It's on the right, not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and
yeah, yeah,
that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it would
yeah.
have been a very different story. It's very much I say an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm
Sure.
honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what, what?
There's only America and not America. And nobody cares about not America, right? What is this? What am I? What is happening?
What were you about to say?
I wanted to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go
Great.
back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. Great, these are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying,
As you
prior
were
to
saying,
being
exactly.
so horribly
So,
interrupted.
yeah.
But
See? Because he didn't stay and finish his speech. Unlike Teddy Roosevelt. Unlike Ronald Reagan. People who stood up in adversity. Don't get me wrong, I don't like Ronald Reagan. There's a lot of fucking problems with Ronald Reagan and Ronald Reagan's policies. The dude's an issue that Americans are still dealing with today. However, he still had an assassination attempt and another assassination scare and handled it better than Trump. Trump left, and now he's talking about coming back, right?
Yeah. So rudely interrupted by an
yeah,
assassination
so it was,
attempt.
but no, but the chart,
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that in my last week we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous
Yeah,
chart,
yeah,
but that was the lowest
yeah.
point ever recorded. It was a really, I mean, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policy.
Biden has presented the most stringent border policies, even more so than what Trump tried to put in while he was in office. Elon Musk went to the border and wore his hat backwards. Like his cowboy hat, he had it on wrong. They're LARPing! It's just like, what the fuck?
I had all these different policies that was so good. Guys like Tom Homan and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They says the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country.
The flu is a contagious disease, Mr. Felon. What contagious disease are you fucking... Excuse me, I'm sorry. I feel like I should just leave this up for the whole fucking time. Because that's this whole thing. This whole thing is just citation needed. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Immigration is also more than just Mexico, by the way. Like COVID that you thought was a non-problem? Yeah, like a contagious disease like COVID. Elon, who's laughing at this? Very funny, tee funny, haha. Elon, if I remember correctly, had his workers working through COVID at Tesla. Hmm. Hmm.
So we were
It,
setting
yeah,
literally records, and I all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes,
sure.
and in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that, but they were fantastic.
Bro actually thinks the slides had anything to do with him surviving. This is so weird. Is that weird to anybody else? That's so strange.
Numbers, but I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we also need to shut down illegal immigration, and especially unvetted illegal
Yes,
immigration, because and that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell the difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that
What?
actually?
100%.
What? Huh? You would tell by how they act. How do you recognize that there is a good illegal immigrant if you don't interact with them? What? You want all the legal immigrants to wear a patch that identifies them as a legal immigrant? And then anybody who's like not white enough for you, not wearing a patch gets like pulled to the side and fucking vetted, even if they're born here? What in the fuck? What? At least the chart will sleep with him, unlike Melania. That's because the chart has no choice.
Say it
Okay.
very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked
Yeah.
because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's
Yeah.
saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's
Being strong on the border doesn't equal close the border. You didn't close the border either while you were in the president's office. So what the fuck are you talking about? Doesn't make any sense. Again, there's more than one border, dipshit. What are you gonna close off Trudeau's ditch? You're gonna cut Canada off from America? That would be very funny. That would be funny. I would laugh.
horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips.
Why are you mad if your opponent agrees with you? Like, okay, so let's say Trump said it for, I said that thing first. Okay, whatever. Let's pretend you said the thing first. Let's believe you. Why would you not be like, oh look, there's something we agree on? It's because Trump isn't somebody who unites people. Trump isn't somebody who builds something. Trump is destructive. He's regressive. He's not gonna, like, Kamala could turn around and tell Trump to his face that she agrees with all of his policies and that they should work together, and he would be like, no, they're my policies. I wrote them, I'm the best. So stupid, so arrogant, so foolish.
They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too. You know, you hear 12
Yeah.
million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country.
Yeah.
Many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is
Yeah.
insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America.
Oh my god, I heard about this. So I heard about this, that somebody was analyzing things that Trump was saying as like I think they said they were a behavioral therapist. And they were like, why does Trump keep saying that immigrants are coming from insane asylums? And they were like, I think he means asylum seekers. Like people who are seeking asylum. And so he goes, asylum, oh, the asylum I know. He does a word association to insane asylum. And so now he believes that immigrants who are seeking asylum are actually coming from insane asylums. And I'm like, that is the only thing I've ever heard that actually makes sense. Like, absolutely, huh? What? They're coming from prisons? What do you mean they're coming from prisons? What are you talking about? How are they coming from prisons if they're in prison? That doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense. And did he say South America or South Africa? He said South America, right? Does he think that the people who come from South America come through the Mexico border exclusively? Like, is that what he thinks? He thinks that if they're from South America, they have to be coming through the southern border? And not, like, on a plane? Like, fucking what? As if immigration was easy. Musk is from South Africa, yes.
They're coming from Africa. They're coming from all over.
Ah,
the
there we
world.
go,
They're coming
Africa.
From Asia.
Yeah.
They're coming from the Middle East.
Which is not closing your southern border isn't going to do anything. Because it's not where it's not the globes. Ah! Besides, what are you complaining about? You know, you want your prisons filled? Aren't your prisons like a pay-to-win system, right? Aren't they like privatized prisons that basically utilize slave labor? Isn't this exactly what you want? Not white people in jail so you could use them for slave labor? No? Kira says, go back home, Elon, because that's what Trump is telling him. Do you think Elon knows that about Elon Musk? Because that I don't think he does, because I think that would mean that Donald Trump would have to retain information about somebody besides himself. I don't know if he can do that.
They're coming from countries that are stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you know, you look at, it's so sad October 7th because it should have never happened.
Yeah.
It's so sad
Sure.
when you look at Ukraine. It should.
Is he suggesting that Palestinian people are evacuating to America? How? They can't get out. What are you talking about? No, I have not watched the docu-series. Was it a docu-series or a documentary? I don't know.
Would have never happened. We have a defective government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years, and by the way, they have another 5 months.
Kamala is vice president right now, Donald. Not president. And you don't just, you didn't do anything while you were there either. In fact, did the Republicans not recently vote against a stronger bill, like a more aggressive border bill recently?
they can do something, but they
Yeah.
won't do anything. It's all talk. She's
No.
incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something because he's not too good.
Yeah. No, I think it is essential to have a secure border.
Have you noticed that they're still only talking about the border as a vague notion? Sorry, excuse me. They had a bill that he wouldn't let them pass. Ah. Liar, liar, pants on head on fire. But have you noticed that they're still talking about this as like it's a vague, the border is some kind of vague concept, and it's like explicitly the Mexico border. They're not like really elaborating because the majority of people immigrating to America have to come through plane, which means like the biggest border places are actually airports. It's not like everybody who immigrates to America illegally flies to Mexico and then just books it across. Like, that's not... what world are you... What are you talking about? But even if, right? They're still speaking in this really vague notion about what the border is and how it functions. They're not actually talking about any policies or any policies that are problematic and here's the policy and here's why it doesn't work. They're not talking about here's the current policies and here are some issues with it. And they're not talking about here's our policies and what changes we want to make and here's how and why they would be effective, which is what you would expect from somebody giga-brained like Elon Musk and somebody who's so good at draining the swamp like Donald Trump, right? Like you would just like even the way they speak still this is not a normal conversation. If I'm having conversations with people, maybe I'm not normal either, I guess, but if I'm having conversations with people about like political issues, most of the time we're talking about the policy and then the nuances inside of the policies that do or do not work. And I don't mean when I'm having like these conversations or these types of streams. I mean, we do that on the tavern, but like in real life. So like it does. So weird.
I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border. And
Huh?
Secure elections.
What? And secure elections? Not every country is democratic. There's only America and not America. Nobody cares about not America. Not every country has a democracy, and not every country runs democracy the same way America does. A good example, Canada. Our democracy doesn't function the same way as America's democracy because America's democracy is like strong-arm jerry-rigged into being a democracy. And even ours isn't perfect. It's got its issues, right? So, like, it's huh? What? Sorry, Donald Trump's stupid just completely derailed the stupid thing that I was like, that Elon Musk was saying. Fucking what, dude? Huh? You're not a real country if you don't have secure borders? Weren't you just talking about Israel? Didn't you just mention Ukraine? So if a place gets invaded or has illegal immigrants, they're not a real country? They don't even know what a country is. Is the only true country a monarchy? Or do we have King Dipshit and Duke Dumbass over here? Is this America? Are you okay? Are you alright? They think of a country like it's a castle. It's so fucking weird. If there was like Looney Tune cartoons that were coming out right now that were still like kind of like the old school Looney Tunes, there'd be like a one of Elon Musk and Donald Trump like sawing, like Bugs Bunny sawing Mexico off of and Canada off of America. We don't have a true border unless we have water all the way around us. Which means the only real country is Australia. Bruh. Wonderful. No, America is not okay. Do you guys want a poll? Are you America? Are you okay? Yes, no, maybe so.
No, yeah, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real border, or
Trump accidentally just said his butt buddy Putin isn't a real country because Russia hasn't had secure elections in a while. Oh yeah, I guess Japan would be a real country. Japan, um, Australia. Is there anywhere else? Madagascar. What country? Madagascar is an island, not a country, right? What country is Madagascar? I don't know. I'm getting distracted.
we can't function as a country, and our central services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities, um,
Essential services? You mean the things that get paid for by taxes, Elon? Our essential services aren't working properly? Really? Why might that be? I wonder, could it have anything to do with people hoarding wealth? Oh, there we go. Taiwan. Taiwan is the only, so we've got a handful of real countries, right? Well, it has to have a democracy as well. It can't just be secure borders. It has to also be a democracy. All right, I need you guys to make me a list of all the essential services like education and healthcare and firefighters and police and you know telecommunications lines, which are essential service but not free. Ah.
but as we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well. And speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, and I think like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team?
Are you a legal immigrant, Elon? You're in a lot of legal trouble. Calling you legal might be pushing it.
Who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are gonna, be great contributors to our society and to our economy,
Right.
and who do you want on the team? And
Okay, and what about the current immigration policies don't have that? You got in. Clearly that was a mistake.
and it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. But some are not, and you just have.
Is that your opinion, or is that just what you're saying out loud right now to sound like you're a better person than you actually are? Is it that? Are you sure? I don't know, man. I don't believe that that's your actual fucking. I don't believe that's his actual opinion. Would PEI be a possible independent country? Well, it would have to be independent. I don't think PEI could survive being independent based on like its production and like the amount of people that live there and the resources that it has. But you would also have like the Newfoundland Labrador. So maybe if you went that direction and like annex them from Canada.
Have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's, if somebody's like you know, um, uh, has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here.
That's you. wage theft, forcing people to work under bad work conditions, not paying your rent, having cars that just fucking explode, not meeting your obligations to government contracts. Elon, that's you. That's you not paying workers. That's you. Excuse me? Hello? What the fuck?
Because we're such a target-rich environment. I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because it's a piece of cake to go rob, houses in LA or New York, compared to other parts of the world. And
How do you know? Have you been trying it? How? Remember I said at the beginning how out of touch could these two possibly be? And apparently it's like bafflingly so. Like incredibly out of touch. Apparently it's super easy to just hop the border and rob LA and people just don't do it for some reason. Well, if it's not happening, then I guess the border patrol is working. Or the security is working as intended. He already said that the majority of immigrants he believes are good, hardworking people, and there's just a few that aren't. So then what's the problem with the policy, dipshit?
And in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah.
So it's insane.
It's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but
He actually laughs like a cartoon. Stop, 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 stop.
they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I
They're
hate
not.
to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it. I hate it. But you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're
I
allowing,
think you're
again,
right.
they're
Yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're
Yeah.
delivering them into
But
the.
that's what Castro did
Yeah,
that.
well, he did on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
You know, it was a much smaller
Yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over.
I'm sorry, are these two suggesting that the rest of the world is treating America like it's the new Australia? I remember when like they would just send criminals to Australia long time ago, and now everybody's just doing that to America. That's what they're suggesting. Like they got like a prison, and then the prison guards go like, all right, everybody get on the bus, and then they put them on like an airplane. They dress them up so they're not in prison clothes anymore, and then fucking fly them into America, drop them off, and then just leave them there like an abandoned child at the library. Isn't that what Florida got in trouble? Isn't Florida in the midst of getting sued by like Ohio or something like that for doing this? Taking people who are immigrants and sending them to a different state? Isn't Florida in trouble for doing that right now? Didn't Florida get rid of a bunch of people who were immigrants and then had nobody doing any jobs, so like the place was desolate and was like a major fucking problem? How about instead of Elon Musk and Donald Trump speculating bullshit about whatever country and whatever everybody else in the world is doing, because there's only America and not America, right? Instead of actually maybe do focus on just America and what's happening in America and what has and has not actually functioned. Right? But yeah, imagine going to America as a punishment. Right, exactly. Why do you think... Why like, what... Yeah, citation on those numbers, too, for Venezuela. Good point. Yeah, absolutely.
Over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. You know, this is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be.
Yeah.
And I saw it today in New York.
So he's like, America's crime is going up and crime around the world is going down. It must be because they're sending us their criminals. It can't be like the different policies and the way their governments function. No, 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 no. The reason why Canada's crime is lower than, like, the reason why, like, Detroit's crime is higher than the crime in Ontario. There's a city, like, right across the bridge there. The reason why that city in Canada's crime is lower is because we actually in Ontario get together and send all of our criminals into Detroit. So actually there are no American criminals in Detroit. They're all actually Canadian criminals that Canada sent over there across the border. Totally normal. Common practice. That's what we do with our gooses too. We fill them with evil and then send them flying over the border, and then they shit the evil out in America, and then everybody in America becomes a criminal, and our geese come back and absorb our crime again. What the fuck are they talking about? Trump's weird slurring in this is so weird, like extra weird. I got used to it. I don't even notice it now. If that sarcastic, behaving insurrectionist clown was so concerned about the crime rate, why doesn't he start by not committing crime? Yeah, we're listening to this felon go on about this, right? It couldn't be that when the average standard of living rises, crime falls. Can't be that. No. It can't have anything to do with financial stability or the decisions that the government are making to social security situations and, you know, those social social services that Elon Musk mentioned. Can't be that. Elon Musk literally said out loud that their social services are failing, and now they're talking about crime rates. But, like, they're just completely disillusioned from each other. Like, it's baffling. I don't know what to tell you.
New York, where somebody was knifed, where they raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters and started pulling out the knives, and bad things happened today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for murder and all sorts of things. And they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you.
Show me on the immigration paperwork. Because there's current immigration policies, and we know that. Elon Musk has stated that he came in legally. So show me where on the immigration policies and paperwork that you have to do over years, because it takes years to immigrate. Where in that paperwork? Where is the flaw here? Where is that allowed? Where it is like, oh, are you a felon? Yes, perfect. Get on in here. Where? It doesn't exist. This is a LARP. This isn't real. This is, as you say, fake news.
So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people. And it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because...
Oh, American criminals aren't as bad as foreign criminals. Because you needed to throw additional racism on top of this. You needed extra sprinkles. What are you talking about?
You know, now she's trying to say she had nothing to do with it. And she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location, which had nothing to do with where the problem is. You know, she went in and out, I guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure.
This from the guy who said he went to go and help with relief from, like, a hurricane or whatever and was, like, just being an asshole. This from Elon Musk, who wore his hat wrong at the border. Like, shut the fuck up, you performative fuckers.
Had nothing to do with the problem is, but she was the border czar, and people can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known what happened. You could shut the border down. He
Yeah.
wouldn't even know the difference. But
Then why did your Republicans block it?
the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her
Yes.
that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst
Right.
ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's
I mean,
horrible.
whether it's whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like.
Based on what, Mr. Facts, Mr. Logic, Mr. Giga-brained Musk? What part isn't working? You already said that you believe that most of the immigrants that come over are good people, and the people that come over legally are great. And that there's very few people who are coming over illegally that aren't good people. That means it should be functioning. It's not going to be perfect, but it should be functioning based off of your assessment that you pulled out of your ass. So what's the problem?
A World War Z zombie apocalypse at times, and sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this made up or real? And I'm just seeing people stream across the border, and
Question. Which has more people at it, guys? A Trump rally or lined up at the border? And if they're lined up at the border, that's not an invasion, and that's not out of control, and that's still secure. Because if it's lined up, it means they're not breaking anything to get in. They're lined up and going through legally. Dumbass. Also, again, which had more? Were there more people at the border trying to get through, or were there more people at the Trump rally? Because I feel like this is the type of question that Donald Trump doesn't want to answer. And it's not because, like, it makes him uncomfortable, and it's not because he knows the truth or wants to bend it. It's because his ego's gonna get in the way, and he's gotta have the biggest crowds, right? So he's gonna be stuck between, oh god, our border is so bad, there's so many people, and oh my god, I'm so great, there's so many people. Ask him that question. I want to know the answer.
And I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly.
These are people.
Oh, you judged them by the way they looked, Elon? Did you? Did you? Did you judge them based on the way they look? They didn't look like they looked like they weren't too interested in the rich billionaire immigrant who came from a fuck off place. Like, get out of here, dude.
To look at my video and say,
Yeah.
hey, these people look friendly. I don't look super friendly. So
These are people that Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And, the caravans are coming in, and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would.
The heads of the countries are putting together caravans. What countries? Mexico? Or do you think that there's like a caravan of, like, on a boat? You think on a plane? You think the plane is the caravan? Is the plane flying through the sky on Pegasi? Is that where we're at? This is such it's so ridiculous. This is so absurd. It's such you can't take these people seriously.
Be doing it, and so would I. And everyone would say, "Oh, what a terrible thing to say." The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason
I hate to say this, but you're bad people. You're a felon and a billionaire. Billionaires aren't good people. There's lots of ethical questions around both Elon Musk's handling of workers and his abuse of apes. Animal abuse. There's lots of issues around ethical considerations for the way his companies operate. There's the ethical consideration of the way he treats his own children, who have disowned him. You want to talk about not good people? Something about throwing rocks in glass houses? The caravan of Canadian truckers. Oh, Landon, no! No! Not those guys.
Numbers are much bigger than you would think, is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason. They're not workers, or they don't want to work, or whatever. And these...
You two are gonna complain about people who don't work? You two? Are you serious? You're fucking leeches and hoarders. Are you kidding me? You hoard wealth for doing nothing and pretend you're richer than you are. If you want an example, Trump inflating his value. If you want an example for Elon, Tesla stock is overinflated. The amount of money that Twitter is worth is inflated. The only time fucking SpaceX is worth any money is when it's getting money from the government. And that's not including like the loans that you had to take out to even buy Twitter in the first place. So these people aren't even real rich. And this is before they've gotten fucked by all the legal issues. So... Are you kidding me? You leech off of people. The only time Elon is actually doing anything for a community or doing anything that allows like a community to do well is he pretends he's fucking building something there, then pulls the rug out from under them after getting all of the tax breaks. And then doesn't pay taxes himself, so he's never actually paying back into the society and the social structure he's complaining is collapsing. And maybe if he did, we'd have less of a problem.
Countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases, and they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are really brutal people. And they're coming into our country at levels that have never been seen before.
How do you know that? You said that there is no assessment. If there's no assessment at the border to make sure that you're there's no valid system that's there to vouch or there to decide validate which people are the good people and which people are the bad people, how do you know they're bad people? You would have to have a system in place that was interviewing and checking out who these people were before allowing them in. So you don't know that, you're pulling that out of your ass, you're making that assumption based off of fucking nothing, and then presenting it as if it's information you have. How do you know that? If the system isn't gathering that information, where are you gathering that information from? Each other's asses. Yeah, no, I know the answer, but like, come on.
And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years, we have 20 million people poured in. It's a terrible.
Yeah, I think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States.
Existential.
And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years.
What's the worst part? What's the bad thing that's actually been happening? They're not actually presenting anything. They're just saying bad things are bad. Do you have a citation? Do you have a reference to anything at all? Statistics. You have this chart, allegedly. But the other side of this is also, then vote along with the plan to be harder on the borders. It kind of falls on deaf ears, as you've been talking about this in circles for half an hour. You haven't moved on from this. You started with the shooting thing, and now you've moved on. And even then, started with immigration off of that, and then you've just been on the same track for an hour, and the hour before this was all dead air and a DDoS attack. You're not. Hello? You haven't presented a single way of how. And anytime somebody had, like Kamala did recently, bring forward a bill that your people voted against. It would be funny if Elon asked Trump about interfering with the recent border bill. It would be very funny, but that would mean Elon Musk would have to have, like, some balls or a sense of humor and maybe some intelligence, and I don't think he has any of those things.
Country
You don't
left
have a country
at that
left.
point.
Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. You know, we think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, you know, the four. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from
Yeah,
everywhere. And I had to stay in
yeah. I think
Mexico.
60, did he say 65 million? Hold on. 65 million. I just want to get, like, a rough estimate of, like, what percentage of the American population, like, how many people are in America right now? $333.3 million people as of 2022 live in America. 65. How many people in America died of COVID? Just 1 million. That's not right. 1,219,487. No, that's not. Oh, total cases, total deaths. Yeah. Yeah, 1 million. So he's saying 65 million people are going to come into America as opposed to the 333.3 million people that live there. So what's the percentage of that? He thought there were 60 plus million people listening to the Twitter space at some point. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
This is a super important
Yeah.
point. Like people, it's like basically when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico. To
No,
be clear,
Mexico less,
it's just
less than
the
the others.
border. It's just the border with Mexico, but the people.
They legitimately think people are flying into Mexico and then walking into America. I was joking earlier. You're not supposed to actually be thinking that. It wasn't a challenge.
I mean, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything in the
We're
US.
already over.
Are you fucking kidding me? Again, we're back to there's only America, not America, and America's the best place. But if America's the best place, why is everybody sending their, like, the worst people? Is it because they want to ruin America? Like, what is this LARP? What is this conspiracy? This is fucking wacky. Are you live for 2 hours? I'm going to take another quick break. I'm going to go get another tea, so this break will be a little bit longer than the last one. So I'll be back in, like, 2 to 3 minutes. Hey, I'm back. I figured I'd get my Tim Pool cosplay on and got myself a hat. It seemed only appropriate. Oh my goodness. Mental health shower? Yeah. No, I get you. I feel like I'm going to be doing that as soon as I'm out of here. I took a shower before this to try to do like a personal cleanse so I'd be able to handle more bullshit. But I don't think it's lasting me, man. I think it's going to do it.
Overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place. And what they're doing to it is horrible. What they're doing to it, and all the courts do is they
Yeah.
try and focus on Trump. Okay, then let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election.
You mean the election that was deemed not to be rigged and that you're in trouble for? Elon, you gonna say anything about that? You said right? Didn't you say at the beginning that Trump was being canceled? Then why are they focusing so much on what he's saying? That doesn't sound like being canceled to me. It sounds like people are paying a lot of attention to what he is saying. Huh. It's almost like you're full of shit.
Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa, from the Congo, they're coming, from the Congo. And 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers. And they drop them, they take them out of jails, which is very expensive, to maintain the jails, although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons, they take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, don't ever come back or you're going to be executed.
And you have evidence of this, surely, right? Drone footage? You have, like, paperwork? You have some kind of documentation? You have a CIA investigation that you had in your bathroom and it wasn't just your toilet paper? Like, fucking what?
And they don't want to come back, but they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
Well, just
they're
Earth.
coming from
Rest of Earth,
everywhere.
basically.
And there are a lot of
Yeah,
really
everywhere
bad
else.
ones.
It's just
I don't think they've mentioned a single place where the people are white passing. Every place they've mentioned, none of them are just, white. They're not mentioning, like... They didn't even mention Russia. But they're not talking about any... Basically, this whole thing comes down to all the brown people are coming in. Could this get more racist? I think that might be my question. Could this get more racist?
it's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb everyone from Earth, or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just
Nobody's Elon, even Trump didn't say that many people. Fucking Christ, dude.
it's not possible. So,
Well, Elon, we're going to have, to finish this up, we're going to have...
Elon, what's the population of China? How many people are in China right now, Elon? Do you think do you think the population of China would fit in current Texas, with Texas' current infrastructure? How many people are in Australia, Elon? America is having trouble right now supporting its own people, which is something Elon said earlier in this thing. And the reason he brought up was immigration as opposed to billionaires not paying taxes. Sure, it can get more racist, then start screaming, yeah, fair. Fair enough. Maybe not governmentally, but physically, yes, it is completely possible, Elon. God, he sounds so dumb. The thing is like, this would take an understanding of the infrastructure of different states and how you would manage that kind of emergency and what infrastructure would have to be put in place. So if they're saying that this is like a war on America, that other countries are sending their worst people to America to destabilize it. The way you would deal with that wouldn't inherently be by securing the border in its entirety. Yes, you would want additional border security, but what you would want to do is you want to build infrastructure that could handle that number of people, right? You'd want to build infrastructure that made that sustainable. But right now, America is not sustainable for its working class. So even if what they were saying was true, and all these places that had brown people in it were sending all of their super bad brown people to their to America, they're not going to be able to survive there because the infrastructure doesn't exist. They're explaining why their own LARP doesn't function and doesn't work. They're explaining how and why their own conspiracy theories don't work and are fake. God, no wonder Elon got in trouble in the EU for this shit.
Have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%.
What's his thing with Venezuela right now? Hold on, do you want me to pull up the current crime rates in Venezuela? Shall we? Crime rates in Venezuela. Since 2017, when it peaked, the homicide rates in Venezuela have been decreasing year after year. The country held the 6th position for highest homicide rate in Latin America, according to 26.8 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants in 2023, even after experiencing a steady decrease in rates over the years. So according to the statistics, the homicide rate in 2022 was nearly 40.4 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants in the country, down from a homicide rate of 40.9 earlier this year. It's the 6th highest held. And so now it's down to 26.8 in 2023. In line with this alarming rate, the Venezuelan city of Cumana was ranked as the 11th most dangerous city in the world in 2023, reporting a rate of 62.42. Among these homicide cases, the majority, approximately 5,800, are still under investigation, while the remainder falls into categories of closed cases, those resisting authority, or have been categorized as disappearances, painting a grim picture of the challenges faced in addressing violent crime. So, although it does look like, according to statistics research, the homicide rate in Venezuela has been consistently falling, it is still not low. It is absurdly high. For anybody who wants it, here's the citation. Oh, I gotta put it into... That's not gonna work for you guys, by the way. Hold on. Let me get you a better link if possible. That's gonna... Can I copy address? Will that give me a better link that's gonna fit? The link doesn't work! That's only Venezuela, by the way. Here, just go from here. This'll, you can find it if you just navigate from this spot. Here you go. Use that second one. The first one doesn't count. You'll have to navigate to Venezuela specifically from there, but whatever. And again, that was only the homicide rate.
And you would be the same. You would have.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. Same with other countries. Some
Sure.
are 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all
Landon said Elon would say that my facts are uncoordinated, and I would say, it's a good thing I don't care about your opinion.
going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of it?
Yeah.
And they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably.
Honestly, okay, so I thought it was a good idea for Biden to drop out of the race because I thought he was making the race tighter than it needed to be by running, right? However, having watched this, I don't know how anybody would vote for this fucking clown. Listening to this is like, I feel like if this had come out and Biden was still running, it would be like, well, I guess Biden wins, guys. Unbelievable. Guys, I beat a candidate that's not running. Oh, no.
And, some people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. The first night they said, wow, one of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And
Bullshit. I don't believe anybody fucking said that.
then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this.
They said you did a good job and then said he did a bad job and then moved on. What are they supposed to do? Praise you forever? Yeah, it's Trump. That's what he thinks. He actually thinks that if you're not praising him constantly, that you're not talking about him and you're actually treating him poorly. Because that's how fucking absurd this has gotten. And Elon agrees with this. This is correct.
We cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a different.
Yeah.
Look, she hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Manda. Yes. Biden on the brain. Biden's living in his brain rent-free.
And say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said, we can do it the nice way or we can do it the hard way.
Huh? He chose to step down, and that's considered a coup? No wonder your, January 6th stuff was so wacky, my guy. They're very normal.
Yeah, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him.
What they did with this guy, and I'm no fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened.
Trump actually thinks that Palestine would not be happening if Trump was in office. Why? What would you be doing differently, sir? Mr. Felon? I would love to know. Bullshit. Also, free Palestine.
Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation.
Russia wouldn't wait. When did Russia attack Ukraine? Hold on. When did that happen? Hold on. Citation. What year did Russia invade Ukraine? 2022. And so he thinks that Russia wouldn't have attacked Ukraine if he was the president. Why? Yeah, Russia did attack, did do some shit before that, right? Because there was the Crimea stuff, too, and that had happened. When did Crimea happen? I don't remember what year that was. Remember earlier when I got time wrong, and now I'm just double-checking all the times? When did Russia do Crimea? Invade Crimea. That was 2014. Yeah. So Crimea was 2014. And Trump was president 2016, right? He was voted in 2016. and then 2 years later, Ukraine happened? Am I getting that right? So then what would have happened? And if that were the case, Mr. Ex-President Felon, why didn't you do anything to ensure whatever while you were in office? Because that would take something called forethought and knowledge and actually doing something. And it's not like the Republicans didn't have the Supreme Court and the House, didn't they? So it's not like the Republicans can't do anything while Trump is not the president. We know they can do things. Roe v. Wade got overturned. So what the fuck are you even talking about? Actually, I would almost argue that the Republican Party got further in some of their platforms while Trump wasn't president. If Trump were president, Russia would now be in Spain and likely in the United States. Yeah, look out for those Russia bots.
And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it.
Well,
And we wouldn't have had Afghanistan. But we think of it. You take a few of those
Trump's like, but if I was in charge the entire time,
events away, and we have a different world. We would also have inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah, I think you make an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are thinking about invading or doing bad things.
Inflation was caused by oil. Cool. Let's get rid of oil. We're just gonna ban oil. Will that prevent inflation from happening ever again? Does that include vegetable oil? Dumbass. Both of you, because Elon just agreed with that. Economic genius.
When they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do? And do they fear the American president? Or is there someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would rightfully be. I mean, look at the footage of this.
Spit it out! What the fuck are you trying to say? The rest of the world does not respect Donald Trump as a leader or think he's impressive in any way. At all. The only people who think he's impressive are people who are pandering to him to get what they want. Like, Russia. Like, North Korea. Like, dictators. Like, Elon Musk.
Assassination. They're like, okay, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like, whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think.
Trump's intimidated by Kamala. Actually, a lot of Trump's following is intimidated by Kamala. Why? Because a lot of Trump's fan base are racists. And they're intimidated by women and black people, let alone a black woman who is going to step on me mommy. Like, you're not gonna sell that point. That's not gonna, it's like you're gonna pick a point of contention, Elon. You might want to try a better one. You're actively fear-mongering about the border and how bad of a job she is means that people inherently have to fear her incompetency by that argument, which would be ostensibly fearing her. God, you guys are stupid.
Think of that in the context of global security. That's if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship.
So I just want to pause real quick because Manda said something interesting. Elon is literally the worst hype man. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, do you know why though? Because just because I think that's an interesting and accurate observation. But do you know why he's the worst hype man? Because I can answer that question. Can't wait till Kamala tells Donald I'm speaking. Yeah, I know, right? Elon was high as a space as a space station this whole interview. He is stuttering a lot. He is barely actually being able to string coherent sentences together. I really hope Trump and Kamala debate. She's gonna decimate him. Oh, absolutely. So the reason why Elon Musk is such a bad hype man is because he's too personally ego driven. This is just two egos right now, right? So Elon Musk can't hype somebody else up well because it means he has to care about someone else and present somebody as better than he is, and he can't do that. He has to give somebody else the limelight and raise them up as opposed to himself. That's why he can't be a hype man. He is too immature and pathetic.
With Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years, just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator.
2024, Hillary Clinton.
It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories,
which you didn't when you were having a dick measuring contest with Kim Jong-un and with your balls tapping on the fucking nuke button, right? When you make shit up, you're not putting your country at risk, right?
And you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about.
You would talk a lot? You would talk a lot with the Russian, with Putin? Really? There was no collusion.
About Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say,
Yeah.
I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No, he actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline, the biggest pipeline. They were looking at that to fund, and this pathetic president gets in there, and the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow.
Yeah.
I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground.
So he allowed it, but he stopped it, but he shut it down, but he's the one who allowed it in the first place, and Obama wasn't originally allowing it, but it was jobs in Europe? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's lost. He's so lost in the sauce. Like, what the fuck? This is so incoherent. Yeah, he just said he was friends with Putin 2 seconds ago. Yeah, they're all over the place. It was a hoax, but it was real, but I did it, but they didn't do it, but I'm actually the one who shut it down, but they did. It's all over the place. This is incredibly all over the place. This is impossible to follow.
It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah.
He shuts that down, and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's inconsistent.
Why does he think that fucking America gets to approve which pipelines exist in other countries? Why does he think the American president is the one who decides what pipelines get built in Russia? What the fuck? I'm sure there's some connecting line here that we can walk through and look up and understand what it is they're talking about and what actually happened with said pipeline and who did what about it. But I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about how incoherent what they're saying and implying actually is. They're saying that Russia had a pipeline that was controlled by Donald Trump and he shut it down. But then Biden opened up that pipeline again as if fucking America has control over what pipelines get built in other countries. This is crazy. And then he's mixing up two different pipeline stories, right? Because he was talking about the one in Europe, and then he started talking about the one somewhere else without actually clearly delineating it until after the fact. And then fucking is still talking like you can like stop investing in a company. You can be like, hey guys, additional tariffs. You can like there are things a country can do, but that's not what they're describing because they're not talking about policies. They're talking bullshit. If they were talking about policies, then they would talk about the policies.
Consistent. Certainly but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners the immense importance.
Yeah, the Alberta one is the one that was approved by Justin Trudeau in Canada, right? Oh, that was the Trudeau one. That was like a really like one of the things that he did that people love or hate him for, or some people love that it happened but they hate him. That happens a lot. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to get too distracted.
Of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security, because
how much is how intimidating Putin is matter to how much they're getting their asses kicked by Ukraine? How much did Russia posturing and how impressive Putin came across before the war in Ukraine versus how secure Ukraine was versus how much they've been getting their asses beat? It's almost like Putin's posturing was irrelevant. Your posturing doesn't matter. If you push people far enough and try to take too much advantage, they're not gonna care. It's really that simple. Guys, how intimidating do you guys think Netanyahu is? Huh? What about Winnie the Pooh? Huh? No? It's almost like well, why don't we just get Arnold Schwarzenegger then? How intimidating is the American president? What? Because our global security matters. What's Trump gonna stand there at the border with his hands on his hips, with his hands out like this, like staring at people as they go across the border, and that's gonna make them not come over? Duh. The Trudeau decision was controversial because the tar sands are super duper nightmare, or super dirty and a nightmare. Yes, yeah, yes. Most of what Trudeau decides to do tends to be very controversial. Part of that has to do with our Conservative parties doing the dumb, and part of it has to do with him making decisions that a lot of people don't necessarily agree with. But in some cases seem to be working out well, and in some cases seem to be working out now. He is his father's son. His dad when Pierre Trudeau was in office. Same thing.
There's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
and
them.
That's what's.
What does tough mean to you? Because tough just sounds like a bully, and bullies. If you watched any like movie or kids TV show with a bully in it, the bully's never actually tough. The bully is always a snivelly, whiny little bitch baby. So like, what does being tough actually mean to you? Because I feel like you're just taking some kind of like stereotypical Hollywood, oh yeah, that's the tough guy mentality, which is very like foolish at best, naive even, as opposed to actually looking at what qualities a leader needs to have and what makes a leader tough and good at what they do on the global stage. We know that Trump did not do well on the global stage. That was a fact. That was well established. People were leaving him out and laughing at him during the Paris Accords, for example. Like he was a joke. So like he is if your sign of why you're voting for somebody is and it's Donald Trump because you think he intimidates people on the global stage, no. That's just wrong cuz that's just not true.
So it puts the whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one
It's
of
a
them,
big
and I
deal.
know them well. I know Putin, I know President Xi, I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them.
I know I'm best friends with all the dictators. What did I tell you? Winnie the Pooh. He named everybody I named. I can see the future. Can you believe he literally just named off all the people I named and only the people I named? No! No fucking way, dude. Oh, he thinks that Putin. He actually thinks that Putin is intimidated by him? No. There's no way. Anybody in chat believe that? Does anybody in chat believe that Putin is intimidated by Donald Trump? Does anybody believe that Winnie the Pooh is intimidated by Donald Trump? I don't believe either of those two are intimidated by Donald Trump. Not even a little bit. Not even for a second. I don't buy that at all. Does anybody actually think that? He knows them well, but he doesn't know them, and he's tougher than them, but they are great. Yeah.
And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough. They're smart.
They're top tier dictators. That's why Russia's getting its ass kicked in Ukraine. And why Winnie the Pooh has to ban people from calling him Winnie the Pooh because he's so tough and not fragile at all. And why Kim Jong-un and North Korea don't even have relations with any other country besides China. Also, yeah, isn't Putin super paranoid right now and pretty much scared of everything because he's worried he's going to get assassinated or something? Isn't that a thing that's going on right now?
They're vicious, and they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror.
The word I was looking for, by the way, was sanctions.
That you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. You know, when I was there, and
Iran would not be attacking Israel if Trump was president of America. Believe him. Again, based on nothing. Based on what policies? Based on what behavior? Because you're intimidating and scare the leaders of Iran? Because I don't believe that for a second either. A different form of love. You mean abuse. That thing, you said the thing out loud.
I say it with respect because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy...
Iran was broke because Donald Trump told China not to buy oil from them, and they listened. Oh yeah. Surely there's transcripts of this conversation somewhere that we can verify and we can look at the movements and see that that's true, right?
Oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass.
Yeah.
They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil. But
it wasn't because you said don't buy oil, it's because you said you threatened them, even if what you're saying is true, which I don't think it is. I'm gonna need a citation for that one. But what's changed? What's so different then, Mr. Felon? I mean, we don't have, America doesn't have abortion rights code like anymore from the Supreme Court. That's something that changed. Has that been good for working class families? This is stupid. At least Bevis and Butthead have charisma. You know what I mean? At least. At least. Let's blanket out of here. Yeah. I got a hat on now. Generic says, no, we weren't. We were mocked and hated. Yeah, correct. Finally caught up. One of the problems with both Trudeau and Harper is that after 9 years of people, the people just get tired of you no matter what kind of job you're doing. Another time. Conversation for another day.
they had no money, and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. Getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Situational, contextual. Yeah, they're like Canada has actually currently decent relationships with China. Is that good or bad? Well, it depends on context. Because one thing you could say is like, okay, well, Canada's getting along with China, however, Canada is also in support of the protests in Hong Kong. Right? So it's like, what does it mean? Right? The context is what matters. So, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Got along well with Kim Jong-un. When I met with...
You know who you didn't get along with? The Prime Minister of France. You know who you didn't get along with? The Prime Minister of Germany. You know who you didn't get along with? The Prime Minister of Canada. So you basically only got along with dictators. You're not talking about how you got along with anybody else because literally nobody else likes you. You only got along with people who are not part of the G7. The now G7, because Russia got kicked out. Like, you're saying the quiet part out loud, right? Like, we all understand this?
President Obama, just before entering, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and, all the different things. Yeah. But all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they were absolutely epic, everything. He said that he...
Oh my god, having a dick measuring contest and threatening nuclear war on all the plebeians was so epic. Yeah. Yeah. Epic. Sure. Great. Yeah. One. Pain. Pain.
He has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden,
back in the good old days,
I got a call from him and they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met, as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. And I got along with him great. We were
Yeah.
in no danger.
It,
But
yeah.
President Obama.
Poggers. Super Pog. Play the game.
It's
President
because
Obama thought
they
we were going to
respond.
end up in a
Yeah.
war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's
Yeah.
got a
It's not
lot of
true.
nuclear
Yeah,
stuff too. He's
exactly.
got plenty of nuclear.
It's
He can do plenty of damage.
it's
So
yes. I mean, it's because I mean, people like Kim Jong Un. They respond to
yeah.
strength, not weakness.
Well,
What? Out of the plethora of countries that exist, Donald Trump gets along with 3 of them. How many countries are there? Hold on. I don't know how many countries there are on the planet. How many countries are there? How many countries are in the world? 193 countries, including America. And Donald Trump gets along with 3 leaders. Gets along with. And him getting along with Kim Jong-un is him talking about how they were threatening nuclear war. Yeah, that's getting along, right? That's definitely not. That's definitely getting along. That friends, what friends do. Threaten to blow each other up and their family members. Yeah, I didn't check sovereign nations, so yeah, it's likely larger than that. You right.
And
he
and
and I
and
got it.
if you
He and I
project
had a good
strength, they
relationship.
you're good.
Remember,
Yeah.
I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before.
I don't think that's true. So citation needed that. But also, again, we're still presenting this as if it's a good thing, which it's not. And also, I am getting a little bit of a kick out of Elon just sitting here being fucking Donald Trump's little yes man. That's kind of amusing.
Bring
was
up
cool.
Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. I always
Yeah.
say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you
Stop. Nope. We're gonna hit the brakes hard on that one. Is he? No.
learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries
Well,
now that
yeah.
have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden.
Biden's not running for president again. Donald, did you forget? We don't have to worry about Biden running again. He dropped out of the race. So it doesn't matter, even if what you were saying was true. Nuclear warming. Axis of evil. I can't even get into the global warming thing. Okay, 2 things about the global warming thing. Maybe 1. We'll see. Elon Musk profiteered off of the idea of global warming when he bought Tesla. He profiteered on it as if it was something that mattered, and he talked about what it was and how it affected and how real it was and that it mattered. He has thrown that out the window long ago. You could hear him laugh when Trump said nuclear warming. Yes. I suspect that Elon thinks Trump is stupid and Trump thinks Elon is stupid. I would suspect.
Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia.
Does he? It can be a NATO country, meaning Ukraine. Does again? We're back to this ideology that there's only America and not America, as if Russia didn't have, if there weren't other factors influencing Russia's decision besides just America. It's not. It wasn't. There's more than just America. The UN is made up of more than just America. Although it is bullshit that America has just like a blanket veto option, which is horse shit. But notwithstanding, there are issues with the UN, but it exists with more than just America, right? It's just like it'd be the equivalent of saying the only country that's involved in the North America Trade Agreement, NATO, whatever they changed it to, is just America, when it's America, Canada, and Mexico. God fucking damn it.
Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low
Hi, Keon. It's good to see you.
IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war would have been, that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disastrous.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people.
Is he mad because Russia's losing consistently? Do you think?
And you know, Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story, but if you think about it, Russia's gone. You know, Russia defeated Germany with a.
If you don't hear the true story, how do you know? How do you know to make the claims? If you don't hear what's true and you don't know what's true, how do you know? You're not the president anymore. You don't have access to that information if there is different information in the first place. So if you don't have access to it, unless you're saying that you still do have access to that information, which would probably be fucking illegal, how do you know?
And they defeated Napoleon. You know, they've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force. And it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it. It made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using.
He's a stupid face. Ugh. He is literally saying this about Biden without actually citing anything that Biden said or did, or what Trump would do instead, after just telling a story about how he was having a piss dick measuring contest about the size of the button on his desk, threatening nuclear war, as if that isn't the thing that he's now describing Biden did. So basically, he's just projecting. He did this thing, but when he did it, it was fine and haha, very funny, and it was all well like 4D chess. But when Biden does something, oh well.
I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you,
Yeah,
it can
yeah.
lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a
Yeah.
World War III right now for no reason
No,
There's numerous places that could end up in World War III. Guys, please, what is, for 200, Alex, a world war, and who needs to be involved in it?
whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you look.
We looked at an article on the Unnamed Tavern where we talked about World War III and how it likely might look to be something inevitable, but it wasn't necessarily about locations. It was more about looking at economic status and political positioning. And I'd recommend checking that out, but I don't remember what one it was on. So I might see if I can go find the article again and link it for you guys later.
At the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity. And, it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from other
100%.
countries.
And one of the things
And
we're going to do is
it's
we're going to build
yeah.
an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places
Yeah.
have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But with all of that being said, to me that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they
Absolutely,
can't
sure.
buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen.
Allowed it to happen by doing or not doing what? You do know that there's like a cause and effect thing where things happen over time. Where do you think the inflation is coming from, Elon Musk? So, here's the thing, right? Let's pretend, right? There's going to be a world war, right? And America's going to be involved in it. Do you want Trump to be the president during wartime? This unstable fucking wackadoo? Do you think, Americans out there, do you think that if a world war went down, that Elon Musk would be loyal to America and provide money and resources to the American government? Like his factories would shut down and switch to making weaponry without profit? Or do you think he would be a warmonger who would make money off of weapons? Do you think Elon Musk would be loyal to the point that he would only sell to America? He already talked about throwing America under the bus. and stopping Starlink in Ukraine during wartime, which was being utilized by the American military. He thinks Iron Dome is an actual dome and not a missile defense system. Love how Elon praised Trump for being pro freedom of speech, even though Trump also sued Bill Maher for jokes. Yeah. Discount wannabe Iron Man over here without the character development. You know Iron Man at the beginning of the movie? Yeah.
And it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most
A narcissistic, warmongering, out-of-touch, rich moron.
care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could?
Biden's not running anymore. Kamala, yes. And actually, you know what? Kamala would be more succinct, so she wouldn't talk about the border for an hour speaking in fucking circles, you degenerate.
Do this interview, they would take a pass on you.
No, they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty.
Where is Elon screaming out questions? Where the fuck did that happen? Why would they care to pander to Elon Musk, by the way? Why would the American government and American officials think that they need to pander to a rich megalomaniac? That's very anti-American. It'd be very pro-American to be like, yeah, you don't fucking matter. Just because you believe you matter doesn't mean you do.
It's sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly.
That's the conservative leader right now. He's afraid to answer questions and do interviews.
Interview. She's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty
Yes,
sad.
absolutely.
But the big thing now is the economy, Elon, and as much.
What the fuck is this? She's doing friendly interviews. The fuck is this? When was the last time Trump ever went on a contentious interview? I mean, Elon has been on contentious interviews, or when he's been asked a basic question that he doesn't want to answer, he clams up and starts being a fucking asshole and whines like a little bitch baby. So these two are throwing rocks in glass houses? Assuming that's even true about Kamala, I haven't actually watched to see if she's been having any contentious interviews yet. And she was dealing with contentious interviews while she was vice president before she announced she was running. So, huh?
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But
yeah, guys, don't think for yourselves or have your own concerns. Trust in Big Daddy Trump. He'll take care of you like a good little dictator, and you be a good little minion, and let him think of all the big brain problems for you. Blink twice.
The thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it doesn't matter what you make. The inflation is eating you alive. If you're a worker or if you're
Why? Why is inflation like that? Trump just said oil. Can't be tech billionaires. Can't be companies sucking up all the revenue and not paying taxes.
Just a middle-income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using
Yeah.
all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing
Right.
that's happening, and we'll end that
Well, I think
quickly.
a lot of yeah, a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce.
Inflation comes from government overspending. Oh, the debt ceiling, my friend. The debt ceiling. That's. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, government overspending. Didn't Bill Clinton balance the budget? Wasn't that a Bill Clinton thing? Wasn't that a Democrat thing? Wasn't that like the big deal about Clinton? Bill Clinton specifically, he balanced the budget. Didn't the budget and the debt ceiling start to like get caught up when Obama was in office? Didn't all of the work that Obama did when it came to the national debt and government spending get imploded by Trump like immediately? Believe in magic money tree. I'm sorry, does the government set your prices, Elon? The debt ceiling being raised in the, what was that, in 1985 to the trillions was a problem. That was a very big problem. Have we considered turning it off and turning it... Look, I'm going to talk about economics. I don't want to listen to Tom Thumb and Thumbelina talking about fucking economics, alright? When was the debt ceiling raised? Like, I know that the debt ceiling keeps getting raised. Wasn't there multiple government shutdowns during Trump's time in office because the Republican Party couldn't make a deal? Like, because Trump couldn't make a deal about the government spending? It was getting caught up, yes. Trump admin had a super low interest rates, cut tax to increase consumer spending, and also increased government spending at the same time. Literally brain dead. Okay, thank you for confirming that. I'm trying to get us to the halfway point. We're about 20 minutes out. I'm glad, like, I'm not fucking crazy. Like, listen, I am not a very, like, traditionally educated person, okay? I dropped out of college and I dropped out of university. College, I lasted a year. University only lasted a couple of weeks, all right? I want to be clear. I am not traditionally educated. I'm not a very smart person. I can grasp this. I can understand economics and basics of economics, and I can smell bullshit when I fucking hear it.
When it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have.
How much taxes did you pay, Elon? Was it like 2% of your total amount of money? Was it a fucking joke? Yeah, it was. So if you want the government to have more money than the amount that the government has to spend on those social programs you said were failing, then you need to pay taxes, you piece of shit. And you know that.
We need to reduce our government spending, and we need to re-examine. I think.
Yeah, inflation alone is not a bad thing. It's inflation being out of control that is problematic, right? It's when it like does crazy shit. Like what it's done in the last 5 years or so has been a crazy explosion that is really not healthy for the economy. There's also two other problems when you're talking about measuring an economy. If you measure an economy, the economy by the total amount of profit made by the population, you're not going to get an accurate view of how healthy your economy is. Specifically because you have to know where that money is going. If you have like let's just do it in hundreds. Let's say 500, let's call it $500 came in, right? And that was really good, right? The people, $500 in profit. What they need to make is, call it 300, right? Say the government is spending 300, so they need to make 500, blah, 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 blah. So they make 500. But then you find out that of that 500, $450 of that 500 all went to 3 people. Suddenly that's a fucking problem. Because it means your working class is being left behind and isn't able to survive. And if your working class isn't healthy, your economy isn't healthy. Because they're the people who are spending the money that the government can then use. That's the way it works. The reason it's not working is because the money that's supposed to be cycling isn't cycling because of people like Trump and people like Elon. People who are pretending they have money that they don't, and people who are hoarding money that they even do have, or who are leeching off of the system, which are these two, leeching off of the system. If you want to know if your economy and your country is healthy, you need to be looking at the working class of your country. Is middle class America in a good place right now? Does middle class America fucking exist right now? I mean, ultimately it will depend on which state you're looking at. There are some places that are going to be a little bit good, a little bit bad. Oh, but trickle down economics. Was that fucking Reagan? Was that fucking Reagan? God fucking damn it. I can't remember if that was Reagan or the other one. The actor? Anyway, that was my 1-to-1 education on economics and how to tell if your country is healthy or not. There's nothing wrong with inflation. It just has to be moving equal. All the parts need to be working together. If one of the parts fucking takes off into space, it doesn't really matter which part it is. It's going to be a problem because it's unbalanced.
I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible?
Right.
And
you know what the answer is going to be really fast if you were to put an unbiased commission together? They're going to say, we're giving tax breaks to billionaires that we don't need to be giving tax breaks to. That's where the government is spending money that they don't need to be spending. By giving it and allowing you to have it. Then they don't need to do that. It was Reagan. Son of a bitch. I knew it. I forget what the other one was. There was Reagan and there was one other one that was problematic that I'm like, oh, that fucking guy. I don't remember. I'll think of it eventually.
we need to live within our means. We're currently adding.
We need to live within our means. Elon, if that's the case and that will solve the problem, then you need to spend your money on consumer goods. Your means are way up here. And so if you spent to the upper side of your means, then that money would be going back into the system, which ultimately, Nixon, that was the other one, might fucking help. That might actually help. We need to live within our means. Shut the fuck up. Go do it. Go. Both of you. Go live. Go get a fucking job at a grocery store or an Applebee's and go work 8-hour shifts and see what you can afford. Go on. Tell you what will be nice. You can start with 10 grand. You start with 10 grand in the bank. See how you do. I dare you. Even better, do it while trying to live as women. Since you like to be transphobic and shit, throw that in there too. So not only do you have to try to survive, but you have to try to survive as if you are presenting as women. And then you have to live within your means and see what that looks like. And then maybe we'll give two shits. In fact, actually, document it. If what you guys say is true, document it. It'll show. We'll be able to see it. We'll look at those numbers. We'll run the facts. How about this? You be a woman immigrant. Huh? How about that? We'll still be nice and start you off with 10 grand. See how you do. So then not only that, you have to be doing your immigrant paperwork and your immigration stuff, and you're going to have to do your job, and you're going to have to be women while you do it. Yeah. Good luck. I dare you. They won't do it because they're pussies. Supply side economics.
I think $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days.
That's right.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceeded the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest,
and it keeps
I
growing.
rebuilt.
Sorry, I'm gonna need a citation on that. The interest on the national debt is higher than the defense budget. I don't know if that's true. The American defense budget is, and then what's the interest on America's national debt? Okay. As of June 2024, the U.S. government has a monthly interest rate of 3.28% on its debt, continuing an upward trend in interest rate that began at the beginning of 2022. In April 2024, the U.S. debt reached $34.62 trillion. So what's the interest rate would be 3.28% of 34.62. So what did I say? I say 3.28%. 3.28% of 34.62 trillion. 34.62 trillion. I want to know what it is. That would be 1.13. Or sorry, 1.14. We'll round it up, right? So if I'm understanding that correctly, it would be $1.14 billion. Does that make sense? I think that's right. Please check my math. I don't know if that's correct. I'm not good at math. Math is not my strong suit. The defense budget is $916 billion US dollars. As of 2023. Huh. That's not even close. U.S. leads the ranking of the countries with the highest military spending in 2023 with $916 billion the U.S. dedicated to the military. That constitutes over 40% of the total military spending worldwide that year, which amounted to 2.4 trillion US dollars. So 2.4 trillion US dollars, if we take the low number, right? $2.4 trillion is still double the amount of the interest rate that I calculated. Set to, okay, so there might be something to be said about set to exceed. So right now, the interest rate is increasing. So it is because the interest rate is increasing and the amount of money is increasing, it is set to eventually overtake, right? But it's not as of right now. And don't get me wrong, double can go away really fucking fast when you're talking about interest rates. Right? So, There's the citation. So if I got the percentages wrong, please just let me know in the comments down below. Nobody right now is telling me that I got it wrong, so hopefully I was right. But if I am not good at math, so if I got it wrong, I apologize. But that does not, it seems like that is an inaccurate statement, though I guess if the trend continues upwards, then yeah, of course it would overtake it eventually, sure.
Our military, largely rebuilt our military, did a great job on it, which was so important. You know, we had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old. And we did a great job in that. Then we, by the way, then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan.
So you used a bunch of money that you didn't have and increased the debt by putting it into the military budget. Is that what he just told us?
Can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. You know, they're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you know you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy.
That was a super weird interaction that just happened. I'm not going to comment on it too much, but that's a super weird interaction. And I hate to be the Debbie Downer here, but no, I don't. I don't care if what they're saying is almost kind of true in a way. I care that they're bullshitting. Right? Because we know that we already all agree that they're utilizing kernels of things that are probably true in some capacity to justify extrapolating into bullshit land. Right? To fearmonger and enable, and so Elon takes something that is almost true, or might be true in the future, and then uses it to justify and extrapolate other bullshit about the economy, which is just not the case. So that's the problem. Right? They were talking about something earlier, and I'm like, well, that's almost true, or I'm sure we could take this thing about the pipeline and we could find the kernels of truth in it. But we're not doing that today. That's not what we're here for. We're not going to go around and fucking dig through their shit to find corn, you know what I mean?
Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house.
Yes, Tom, exactly. You got exactly what I'm saying.
That has to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. You know, they stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy.
Guys, we're going to dig ourselves out of this hole by digging literal holes. Surely that will work.
But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not.
Countries are not businesses. Stop it. The people who live in your country are not employees. Stop it. No, wrong, incorrect, fuck you.
Sustainable wind and different things. You're not going to have anything. And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So you're going to have to build. We're going to have.
I don't even know if that's accurate. AI is a very big problem for energy efficiency. Yes. Is it that much or that little? I don't know if that number is correct. I'd have to double check that.
To build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going to need a lot of electricity. You're going to need tremendous electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can.
Or we could just not do AI the way we're doing it. That might be a good idea.
Believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government overspending, Would you agree?
Oh my god, he's just gonna go back 10 minutes, 20 minutes of conversation and just repeat the same shit? Ugh.
That we need to take a look at government spending
Yes.
and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so that the country lives within its means, just like a
The
person does.
waste is incredible, and nobody
It
negotiates
is.
prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets.
What are you gonna cut, Elon? What's the unnecessary fat? Is it the defense budget? After you just did a bunch of fear mongering about World War III being inevitable?
And you end up with two companies, and they'll
After he claimed at the beginning of this that social programs weren't work or social shit wasn't working properly.
probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I went through it like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general walks in, sir, would you please sign this document? And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was
Yeah.
$5.7 billion for two planes. Now they're
Wow.
highly sophisticated.
That's
They're
insane.
even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's
Sure.
5.7. I
That's a crazy
It's a
number.
crazy number, but I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion.
Companies that have exclusive government contracts to produce something tend to overcharge the government for what they're getting. I agree that that is something that should be investigated, Elon.
For the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one, and I said to Boeing, "Man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that." But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other
Exactly.
items. And
Multiply it by
yeah,
a
the
zillion,
numbers are.
and
Why? Why would you multiply it by a number you just pulled out of your ass? It's not like Trump was running around renegotiating all of the government military spending. Did he not increase the military spending? Didn't we just talk about that?
yeah.
Astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean,
If Trump did that, I might have actually been impressed, to be honest.
if so, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just
Move on.
ensures that the taxpayer money, to the taxpayers,
The taxpayers. Not me, though. The taxpayers.
hard-earned money is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if
it.
it were formed.
Will you pay taxes? No.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, "You want to quit?" They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, "That's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone." So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good.
Yes, the classic of the classic sign of a good leader and a good businessman and a strong company is workers having issues and you just firing them. And that's definitely not a sign of a failing company at all. Downsizing, classic showing of a company growth, right? I mean, they're like a tumor.
Oh, you would love it. But if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to
Yeah,
help
by the way,
out.
congratulations. I
Yeah.
just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The
Elon's barely said shit.
new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's awesome.
he's great, and
Yeah.
he's a big MAGA fan. You know that he ran on MAGA, and he took it to an extreme too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought over, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing
Yeah.
they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. You know, they had like
Yes, exactly.
2,000%, and they had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to
Yeah.
have that pretty soon. We have, I think we
So I pulled up Javier. I don't know if that's correct, but he's the current premise. He's currently the president of Argentina. He took office in December 10th, 2023. He was in office until November of 2023. So I don't know if this is the president he's talking about. So, oh, sorry, no, that was when he's that was when he was in national deputy. That was in office. Sorry, my mistake. That was his when he was in the city. Sorry. Yeah, he assumed office and is the current president as of December 10th, 2023. He's a libertarian. He's a politician and an economist. I'm just looking for some info on this guy. Known for his flamboyant personality, distinctive personal style, and strong media presence, he has been described politically as a right-wing populist and right-wing libertarian, and supports a laissez-faire economics, aligning specifically with Minocris and what is that? I can't read. Capitalist principles. He's proposed a comprehensive overhaul of the country's fiscal and structural policies. He supports freedom of choice on drug policy, firearms, sex work, and same-sex marriage, while opposing abortion and euthanasia. In foreign policy, he advocates closer relations with the United States and Israel, supporting Ukraine in response to the Russian invasion of the country, and distancing Argentina from geopolitical ties with China. This is not something that aligns with Trump. Anarcro, is that how you pronounce that? Oh, is it Javier? Javier, sorry. Anyway, if you want to learn more about him, his name is spelled Javier space Milei. But I don't know about his campaign, and I don't care enough to find out. Devalues currency and cuts subsidies. Oh, good. Argentina on Tuesday announced a sharp devalue. This was as of December 13th, 2023. A sharp devaluation of its currency and cuts to energy and transportation subsidies as part of shock measures new president says are needed to deal with an economic emergency. Economy Minister Luis said in a televised message to Argentine, the Argentine peso will be devalued by 50% to 800 to the US dollar from 400 to the dollar. Quote, for a few months we're going to be worse than before. 2 days after the Libertarian was sworn in as president of the second largest economy in South America, and immediately warned of tough measures. Argentina is suffering 143% annual inflation. Its currency is plunged, and 4 in 10 Argentinians are impoverished. The nation has also a yawning fiscal deficit, a trade deficit of $43 billion, plus a daunting $45 billion debt to the International Monetary Fund, with $10.6 billion due to the unilateral and private creditors by April. So, take that for what you will, as they're talking about a fiscal responsibility and, national debt. Let's do an Argentina, guys. Let's devalue the US dollar by a shitload. Sure, try it. I don't know. Turn it off and turn it back on again.
We have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They don't include a lot of the items that should be included,
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money
Yeah.
effectively, and having just
Elon, the taxpayers don't have money to spend, you dipshit. What do you want them to spend? You can't collect taxes from people not spending their money because they have no money to spend. Jackass.
Malay is doing is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's having putting in regulations that make sense.
Such as cutting the value of their dollar? Such as by 50%? Such as?
And we're Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and
and
because of bad government policy, it ruined the country.
Such as? What type of bad government policy did this? And what makes you think that these new policies are going to fix it? That would be an interesting conversation. Maybe if it was had by people that weren't these two fucking chuckle fucks, but
And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have.
Why the fuck are we back on Venezuela? What is this current obsession with Venezuela? Where did this come from?
Phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people, and so I think we should not be complacent.
Or if America interferes
in the United States and thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy we can run the country into the ground, and that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an...
You pay teachers like shit and don't provide appropriate fucking measures to make sure that all your students have an equal chance. Because you fucking America fucked that up by designating budgets by district and then forcing all the poor black people to live in red lines. Jackasses. That's systemic racism you're talking about. We put all the poor people in the corner and then we set their education to be paid for by the amount of money all the poor people we put together have.
Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great. because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education.
Prove it. Is California not doing well in education? Where are the states ranked? American states ranked by education. The best states for education in 2024. Number 1 is Massachusetts, has the best ranked public schools in the United States, and is the second most educated state, just behind the District of Columbia. About 90.4% of Massachusetts adults have a high school diploma, and 42.9% have a bachelor's degree or higher. Almost half of the state's public schools are ranked in the top 25 of high school rankings. Massachusetts boasts the highest math and reading test scores and median ACT score of 25.1. Connecticut, New Jersey, Virginia, Vermont, New Hampshire, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Delaware, Maryland. That's the top 10. This is showing me by row, but I don't know if it's in order. No, it's not. Can I search this by... No. California is listed at 75%. New York is also listed at around 75%. Florida is listed at 80%. This is the adult literacy rate. Here you go. Fucking assholes.
But of the
Yeah.
50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15
Yeah.
of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some
Yeah.
of these countries are so
You can name them, but I can't.
good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run.
Sure.
And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation.
Yeah,
But if you think about it,
yeah.
you'll have some
Yeah,
of
yeah.
these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than.
If we had 30 to 35 states. Okay, listen, Bucko, are you advocating against states' rights to do their education system the way they want, and you want it to be run federally? Is that what you're saying? You want a federal budget for education to be pooled together from all the states and then redistributed so all the states get an equal chance at education with a federal mandated and a federal dictated education standard that has to be met? Is that what you're saying? And if that's what you're saying, how? In what way? What's the policy? How are you going to present that? Where are you going to get the money from? Weren't you just talking about cutting?
And half what it is in Washington. And
Yeah.
these people don't care about
yeah.
the students in these, faraway states. And it would be,
Well,
it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally
right.
Move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But
Yeah.
some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that
Yeah,
the cost you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little
yeah.
monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give us a
Yeah.
little English, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right?
No, but I mean, to what? I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award.
Weren't we talking about how people were like Republicans were like flooding out of states because they didn't like the Democratic governors? It is this ping and pong over fucking here.
Because they're driving so much U-Haul
It's
sales.
actually
It's just
amazing.
people moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that
States aren't businesses. Governors don't run their states and mayors don't run their states on the federal level. That's not how it works. If you want to put in federal policies, then put in federal policies. You have to talk to the fucking seats in the House. What are you doing? What are you even talking about? It's not a fucking business. It's not like the fucking... When you're president, you're not a CEO. Right? When you're not a middle manager as a mayor. That's not how it works. Again, the people that live in the state aren't employees.
they can even survive? Like Illinois, so many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder.
I'm sorry, is Texas not one of the places who... Texas is Ted Cruz, right? Isn't Texas one of the places that takes money? Texas combined state and local general revenue were $310.1 billion in the fiscal year of 2021. Texas does not levy an individual income tax or corporate income tax, but does have a gross receipt tax. State revenue and spending. Like, Texas is in the red, right? They receive money. They don't add it in, if I remember correctly. Am I wrong about that? Doesn't money that like goes into the pool, a portion of it goes to Texas? American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 is a $1.9 trillion federal coronavirus rescue package signed into law on March 11th, 2021. The act allocated nearly $40 billion to Texas. The estimated allowances below reflect some of the main programs. Which states rely the most on federal aid? Overall federal aid to state and local governments has risen by over $400 billion since 2019 because of COVID's burden on the healthcare and social programs. 5 states that received the most federal aid were California, New York, Texas, Florida, and Pennsylvania. Texas got $105.8 billion, and Florida got $58.8 billion. If you would like to see this, here's the citation. Ta-da! This doesn't even include like the aid that they get when their fucking electricity eats shit because it snows.
How do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas? How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses? And
As business-minded president, shouldn't you know that? As somebody who's run a bunch of businesses into the ground, Elon and Trump, it doesn't surprise me that you don't understand this.
their taxes are already really high. You know, the taxes are among the highest
Yeah.
taxes. You almost wonder how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job in their crime-ridden places. You wonder how do they continue to just go on? It's not
Well,
a good
I think there's.
situation.
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal
Right,
government.
right. Well,
That's
you're
the
going to
only thing
have
that's going to
that.
get them to change.
You remember the
Yeah.
area in
Wow, government bailouts. Neither of you would know anything about that.
California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter, and it was very
Yeah,
nasty for
yeah.
a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So you know, at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want.
The people are the ones who loan money to the state. That's what taxes are. They pay taxes in while they're able to, and then take it out when they can't. What do you think a pension is? What is a 401k for 500, Alex? I'm a millennial. I wouldn't know.
On him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So you know what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you know, you have people. I could name every one of them.
Neither of you are allowed to talk about being trust fund babies, all right? And family bringing you in. You are both abject failures riding on the success of the people who came before you. Embarrassingly so. And you're riding it straight into the fucking ground.
I got to know every one of
Yep.
these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Yeah,
Well-
Trump is slurring like crazy, and Elon can't stop stuttering, and he can barely string a sentence together. He sounds worse than Biden did at the debate.
I think that, I mean, the larger point here, too, you know, as you're saying, like you know, a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money,
Yeah.
and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation.
What?
And if we can solve the government spending problem,
If it was taxation, the money would be going into the government, and the social programs wouldn't be failing, like you mentioned at the beginning, Elon.
we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living,
Yeah.
and that's a really big
Well,
deal.
the people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, you know, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money, and
The people that saved money got screwed over by the government and the people that set them up to fail and scam them, like me and you in our capitalistic empires.
inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. You know,
How? You can't even properly identify the problems. If you can't properly identify the problems, then why do you expect your solutions to be even remotely functional?
when I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years
Sure.
ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, you know, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at
Yeah,
it's sticker
I
shock.
think
They call it
yeah.
sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation,
Government overseas, they're just repeating themselves.
which improves living
Right.
standards of the average person. And then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the
Well, deregulate or have sensible regulations. Those are different things.
regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason. But unless you've got
The people that aren't regulated are you. Like these CEOs that are just gouging fucking everybody for ostensibly nothing. Have we considered turning off the stock market?
effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s.
Fuck you, 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 fucking Reagan! No! 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 Fucking no! We're gonna stop there for today. We're gonna live for 4 hours. We're about halfway through this. We'll come back and do the other half in a little bit. But we're gonna stop on fucking Reagan did a good job. Aw, fuck. They call it sticker shock, right? Guy who has always been able to buy things. Yeah, these people are so, like, fucking out of touch. And they're so fucking stupid. And they're just, this is useless. When do you guys want to come back and do part 2? You guys let me know. Let me know if I did my math right. Double check my math and things I got right, things I got wrong. The links are in the live chat so if anybody's rewatching any of this and you need the links to what we were talking about, the links are in the live chat, so you have to grab them from there. But I'm done. I'm gonna get out of here. This is stupid. These people are dumb. I'm cutting this off at Reagan. Reagan did a good. Reagan was right. Oh my god. I tell you what, if you really want to like roll back what policies were like, and you want to go back to the good old days, start with taxes. Undo all of the fucking tax reforms that put in loopholes for companies, and roll the tax rate back to what it was in the 50s, and we'll start with that. And then if that works out, then maybe we can consider some of the other options and other things that might be a good idea. All right, how about that? I feel like that physically hurt. Speaking of inflation, I gotta go grocery shopping. So thank you so much for your financial support and your support in liking and sharing and following and rewatching and getting us views here and all that good shit. I hope you guys enjoyed my Tim Pool hat. It'll be back. It's really comfortable and actually keeps me warm in this room, which is surprisingly cold because I think one of my roommates turned the fucking air conditioner all the way to 19 and it's fucking freezing. But I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you so much for the support, and we'll see you probably tomorrow. And I'm gonna be back doing art very soon because my setup is almost completed. I hope you enjoy our new room, and I hope you found I got these up. Let me know if I still sounded a little bit tinny or if I sounded a little bit better. I think I'm gonna be tinny still for a little while, but I'll see what I can do about that. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm gonna get out of here. Don't steal art, all that good shit, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.